Good morning? Okay. Okay, good. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I know everybody's still asleep, drinking your coffee. Did anybody let the individuals know next door at the resource fair that we're getting ready to get started to bring them on over, to meander over? Jack, is anybody available to get them to come on? You on top of that? But again, good morning, everyone. My name is Cedric Hicks, the councilman for the City of Carson for District 3. I want to welcome you to our great city, City of Carson. We have coined a new term for this great city is the jewel of the South Bay. We are so happy that you guys are here on behalf of Mayor Lulu Davis Holmes, along with our entire city council, and the 98,000 residents that represents the City of Carson. We want to thank you, and hopefully you enjoy what the South Bay COG is going to present today and giving you good updated information. Can we give a round of applause for 30 years of actually being in business? Jackie, where are you? Where'd you go, Jackie? The South Bay COG and Jackie are synonymous. When you say South Bay COG, you think of Jackie. If you think of Jackie, you think of South Bay COG. So they kind of go together as if they're one person. But understanding that we're so pleased to have all of you guys are here. One of the key things I always love to do, and I tell people about it all the time, about social media, I think we put so much negativity out there. When we do things that are positive, put the positive things on that social media. So if you have your friends, people you've just met, talk to other cities that are here and just get information about what goes on in their community, put that on social media and say, hey, I got a new friend. This is from city of whatever, or this is from what water district. So just that you get that information out there that we are actually doing networking at its best. But again, on behalf of the entire city council, I just want to tell all of you guys, welcome to the City of Carson. And with that being said, can we all stand, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance? Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you. Now we want to bring up the current chair of the South Bay COG, Rodney Tanaka. I always call him my partner in crime. He was my, when I was the chair last year, he was my first vice president. So again, you're in good hands with Mr. Tanaka. Oh, did you bring your guns today? Ex-police, but you know how that is. But I just want to say, Rodney, thank you. Outstanding job.
Thank you.
Congratulations on this General Assembly.
Thanks, Cedric. Big shoes to follow from last year. You taught me well, so hopefully what I do today is a reflection of you. I do have one bone to pick with you, Cedric, about the jewel of the South Bay. So what happened was you stole that from Gardena because we were the gem of the South Bay. But now, because you have the jewel, we're going to call ourselves the Emerald City. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, Cedric, good man. So, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our General Assembly. I'm Rodney Tanaka. I'm the chair of the South Bay City's Council of Governments and Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Gardena. And it is my pleasure to welcome you all to our 25th Annual South Bay City's COG General Assembly. So, in past years, we've done a lot of different things, and this year's theme is going to be South Bay City's Council of Government at 30. We're pretty young. A legacy of success, a vision for tomorrow. So we are delighted that you chose to join us today for this very special event shared by all the cities in the South Bay and made possible by all of our sponsors. So we hope that you have had a chance to explore our exhibit hall next door, where we had a lot of people come and put up their exhibits. So there was a lot of great information about city council governments, agencies that we work with, our sponsors, and some of our speakers. And each year, the General Assembly focuses on how the South Bay cities can and should think about a specific issue. But this year, we're going to make it a little different. Because with all that, we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of our organization. And over the past 30 years, the South Bay COG has been at the forefront of regional collaboration, bringing cities together to work on transportation, land use, energy efficiency, services for seniors and homeless, digital infrastructure, and much, much more. And all the while ensuring that the unique needs of our communities are met. So, through our partnerships with agencies, stakeholders, and local leaders, we have made incredible strides in enhancing the mobility, sustainability, and the quality of life throughout the South Bay. So, to reflect on this journey, we will be featuring video clips that highlight some of our former chairs, noting some of our key accomplishments. We will celebrate our achievements. This event is fundamentally about looking ahead. So today's discussions will focus on challenges and opportunities that lie before us as we prepare for the next 30 years. We will hear from speakers who have been instrumental in the development and implementation of our programs to date, and who will share insights of the future of mobility, sustainability, climate adaptation, as well as a cutting-edge research and technology that will shape our region's future. So we will start with a panel of experts on a variety of topics, including transportation, energy, research and innovation, land use, and technology. We will see demonstrations of a tool that will show cities that can forecast infrastructure vulnerabilities and build resilience against climate disasters. We're also honored to welcome Amanda Hansen, Senior Advisor of Climate for Governor Newsom, who will talk about our shared climate goals, adaptation, and resilience. And because of today's focus, the program is on future, we will close out the day's discussion with people in our future. Participants on the Insights from Tomorrow's Leaders, there's a panel will reflect on what they've heard, offer their perspective on how cities should prepare for the future, and share their vision for the South Bay. This is a unique opportunity to engage with the generation that will inherit the decisions we make today. 2025 kicked off with the most disastrous wildfire in LA County that we've ever seen. Now, although the South Bay cities were not directly impacted by the devastation, we all know of friends, family, colleagues who were. We will also manage the long-lasting repercussions that will inevitably be felt throughout this region. As we move through today's sessions, I encourage you all to think about how we can collectively shape the future of the South Bay. This is a time to hold ideas, collaboration, renewed commitment to ensuring that our region continues to thrive in the face of a changing climate. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to all of our sponsors who have made today possible. Your support is invaluable, and without you, this event would not be possible. And to our speakers, thank you in advance for sharing your expertise with all of us. I also want to recognize the hard work of our South Bay COG staff and volunteers. All of them, please just stand up so we can see you. All of our volunteers. They've been working on this event for months, and as of yesterday, Jackie and I were at an event, and she was on the phone going, "Is everything okay? Do we need anything?" So we appreciate our volunteers and staff because their dedication ensures that this event and our organization continues to succeed year after year. Now, because we wanted to provide as much information as possible, there is no defined break in our program other than lunch. So feel free to get up, move about, use the restrooms, grab something, a snack, coffee, but please do so quietly, not to disturb the presenters or the audience. Now, logistics. For some business before we start, please note locations of exits. We all have those with the red signs. Your flotation device is under your seat. And if it drops down, just put the mask on and we'll be good. So, I would next like to tell you that there's a lanyard that you all got when you checked in. This lanyard here, okay? In an effort to be more eco-friendly, which we are, we have reduced the amount of paper use for today's event. Everyone who was provided a lanyard at registration, that includes today's program on the back. Now, you will also see 2 QR codes on the lanyard. One can be used to access the program and speakers' biographies. The other will bring up the event directory, which showcases exhibitors and sponsors. It also includes more information about the South Bay COG. So all you have to do is scan the code with your camera on your smartphone, and you'll have all the information. Now, let's see, there's a packet that I don't have to hold up, but there's a packet. So we've also prepared a limited number of hard copies for those that don't have technology, where you can find out the same information that is on the QR codes. They're at the registration outside, and you can pick one up if you need to. Introductions of our speakers will be very short because you have the speakers' bios in the folder or on your smartphone. So please note that the bios are in alphabetical order, and we ask that you refer to them for more specific, complete introduction. And finally, when you registered this morning, you were provided with the all-important yellow evaluation form. Okay, now that evaluation form is very important to us. So don't look at it and go, well, I don't need to do this, it was great, and throw it away. Don't write notes on it and take it home with you. We need those evaluation forms because what we do is we take those and we honestly look at those, and we try to make this event bigger and better every year. And we take negative comments, so don't be shy, and just put them down and we will take care of those. So please, before you leave, take a moment, fill those out, and leave them at the desk or give it to somebody when you do. Now, your comments, again, are serious. Now, please turn your attention to the card on your table or on your lanyard, and you will see our social media information. Now, Colleen, who is part of the COG, does a lot of work on our social media. She's very good at this, so take a look at it and see how much work she does for us. And our hashtags for Twitter, hashtag X, we have Facebook, we have Instagram, and our hashtags SBCCOG General Assembly. We hope that you will take selfies, photos, tweet, post activities, and your impressions of the day on Facebook, X, Instagram, or on your preferred platform. So just as Cedric had said, please post positive stuff, share it with your friends, tell them where you're at, share what you're learning today so that we can pass the information on. Now, besides our formal sponsors, we want to thank Southern California Gas and Waste Basin Municipal Water District for providing the bags that hold the items you received at registration. In this bag, you will find, let me get it out here, you will find our trademark yellow pin, okay? Now, I'll tell you a quick story before I move on. Jackie was on a plane going to somewhere, and the lady next to her was actually using one of these pins. So if you leave it somewhere, that's fine, we got plenty. Advertise the COG for us, we appreciate it. So, and then there's also included a beautiful wooden coaster, and it was crafted by the students at the Centinela Valley Union High School District Woodworking Academy. So let's give these young artisans a round of applause for supplying those for us. Now, for your information and first use, We plan to have today's presentations and related materials available on our website sometime during the next week, and you can catch that on www.southbaycities.org. Now, at lunch, we'll be announcing the winners of the South Bay 90s Rewind Photo Contest. So we hope that you guys put that out there and had a lot of people send photos. We appreciate all the people who took time to send in their photos and those that voted. So there are many wonderful photos capturing the life in the 1990s South Bay. Some of us can remember that, some of us can't. So we will also be holding our raffle at the end, and so you have to be here to win, so don't sneak off. If you have to go, go, but you'll be losing out on great prizes. So, okay. So, before we get into our program, I want to take this opportunity to recognize the legislative representatives, elected officials, city managers who are here and represented today at this meeting. So, in no specific order or importance, because we're all important, let's see, we have, and let's hold our applause because there's a lot of them, so we'll applaud at the end. So, first we have Patricia Horton, Senator Adam Schiff's office. Are you here? Thank you. Over there in the corner. Don't be shy. We have Frank Talavera, City of Lawndale, council member. Zane Obaji Jr. from Redondo Beach, council member. We have Alex Montero, City of Hawthorne, council member. We have Michael Keegan, City of Hermosa Beach, council member. We have, let's see, Wanda Love, council member, City of Gardena. Nina Tarnay, Manhattan Beach City Council. We have Brad Waller, City of Redondo Beach City Council. We have Britt Huff, City of Rolling Hills Estates Council member. Yeah, let's see, we have Chadwick Castle, Redondo Beach Council member, District 2. We have Ray Jackson. Where's Ray? Look for the hat. Where's Ray? Ray Jackson. He's my other partner in crime. Let's see, we have Craig Quinn, Palos Verdes Estates, council member. Debbie Segura, Rolling Hills Estates, mayor. We have Paige. Now, I try not to do this, but Paige Calavaderi, Redondo Beach. Thank you. Eric Alegria, PV Unified School District. Joe Franklin, Manhattan Beach. Barry Waite, Lomita. Sean Moore, City Manager, Lawndale. Daryl George, City Manager, El Segundo. Andrew Dumanowski, Commander, LA Air Force Base. Thank you for your service, Commander, wherever you are. Please wave. Thank you. I think I got a few more here. Yes, I do. Here's some important ones. We have past chairs of the COG. Olivia Valentine, Hawthorne. Olivia was one of my cheerleaders when I first became a member of the board. Thank you, Olivia. Ellen Perkins, Palos Verdes Estates. And Susan Deaver from Lomita. I know you're here. Okay, let's see. I have to read Jackie's writing here. Oh, my counterpart, Bernadette Suarez, are you here? Hi, Bernadette. City of Lawndale. Jesselyn Waldron, Supervisor, Mitchell's office. Thank you for coming. Robert Catherman, Water Replenishment District. Scott Houston, West Basin Municipal Water District. And also we have 2 more past chairs. My buddy, Christian Horvath, Redondo Beach. And Jim Goodhart from Palos Verdes Estates. Okay, so I know that's not all of them, and we'll have more later on as they come in. Oh, look at David's running up. David said this is a really important one. Oh my God, he snuck in without anybody knowing he was here. We have Senator Ben Allen. Senator, thank you. We appreciate you. Okay, so we'll have more as they come in. We know that everybody has a busy schedule. So I also want to thank any city commissioner or committee member or staff, anybody that's representing their cities. We thank you very much for being here today. Now, please note, in addition to being listed in your packet, our sponsors for today's event are also recognized on signs on the tables. Their names will be scrolling on the screens throughout the day. Please join me in thanking them for all of their generous support. Thank you. Now, before we move on, we have some messages to share with everyone from some of our legislative representatives who were not able to join us today. So please view the videos.
Hi, this is Senator Alex Padilla, wishing the South Bay City's Council of Governments a happy 30th anniversary. Now, here in Washington, I tell folks all the time, as California goes, so goes the nation. But you don't get that kind of reputation without smart, hardworking, and empathetic leaders working to lift up voices from all throughout the South Bay. By coming together over the last 30 years, you all have improved life for more Californians on housing and homelessness, on sustainability and the environment, on transportation and our economy. Because of your work, in just 30 years, we've seen what you can accomplish when South Bay cities come together. That includes last fall's finding that SBCCOG member cities cut emissions by 40% of 2005 levels. That's real progress, and it's just the start. Now, I can't wait to see what you can do in the next 30 years. So congratulations and enjoy this year's conference.
Hey everyone, it's Senator Adam Schiff, and I just want to congratulate South Bay City's Council of Governments on your 30th anniversary. That's a remarkable achievement. I so appreciate the work that all of you do to improve the quality of life in the South Bay cities, what you do for the environment and transportation, what you do to build the local economy and keep it healthy and strong. We've been through some challenging economic times. We've been through a once-in-a-century pandemic, and the work you've done has been just extraordinarily important. So as you and your partners gather for the 25th General Assembly, hats off to you on the incredible work you do. Having represented a Southern California region in the House for many years, I'm well aware of the extraordinary importance of your work, and I look forward to another 30 years of great success. Congratulations again.
Hello to everyone at the 25th General Assembly. I'm so pleased to congratulate the South Bay City's Council of Governments on the occasion of its 30th anniversary. I would also like to recognize Jackie Baccarat, founding executive director, for her visionary leadership. The South Bay COG gives a collective voice to the cities of the South Bay, including those in my congressional district, which include Gardena, Hawthorne, Inglewood, Lawndale, and Torrance. Over its 30 years, the COG has worked on many fronts, including important environmental issues such as its Environmental Services Center, creating the South Bay Fiber Network designed to shrink inequities in broadband access, making sensible investments in our transportation and water infrastructure, promoting an age-friendly South Bay and contributing to projects which are improving the quality of life for everyone across our region. So as the former chair and ranking member of the House Financial Services Committee, I've always made affordable housing one of my top priorities. I commend the South Bay COG for your ongoing efforts to reduce homelessness and address housing supply needs in Los Angeles County. We're all committed to the success of the South Bay, and I applaud the COG for everything it is doing and look forward to working together for many years to come. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Congressman Ted Lieu, and I represent California's 36th Congressional District. It is my honor to join in the celebration of the South Bay City's Council of Governments' 30th anniversary. As a longtime advocate for environmental sustainability, internet access, and finding humane solutions to California's homelessness crisis, I'm proud to have worked closely with the South Bay COG to improve the quality of life for all South Bay residents. In 2024, the South Bay COG joined me in discussing how artificial intelligence can be safely integrated into our cities to prioritize consumer safety while not sacrificing technological advancement. Today, in 2025, the COG is continuing to work with local cities to cut greenhouse gas emissions, which are down by 47% from 20 years ago, as well as to reduce homelessness and expand a fiber optic broadband network. This has had extraordinary beneficial effects on the cleanliness of our air, the dignity afforded to our constituents, and the digital connectivity of all our communities. I'm grateful to the South Bay City's Council of Governments' continued commitment to California cities, and I look forward to many more years of fruitful partnership. Congratulations and best wishes for a wonderful event.
So we don't have Senator Allen. I'm sorry, we'll take a real quick second. Okay, so we have live from the General Assembly, Senator Allen.
All right.
I appreciate you.
Thank you. Well, I would have taped a video, but I didn't have time. So here I am. Anyhow, Senator Ben Allen, I've had the honor of representing much of the South Bay for the last 11 years now. And I just wanted to come today and congratulate the COG on its 30th anniversary. I want to give a very special thank you to Jackie Bacharach, who's just devoted her life and soul to this work. I was chatting in the back with Christian. We were just talking about how, there are a number of COGs in the area. This has got to be one of the best organized, most engaged. The turnout, the engagement, the level of responsiveness is really special. And it's because of Jackie and your team and the leadership of the board and everyone else. So thank you for all you do for our community. And I just want to say, on behalf of my office, we have a table that's here. I see so many friends. We continue to encourage you. Please reach out to us if there's anything we can do to be helpful. We're always working with your city governments on legislation. I've been on the phone with Mayor Light just the last couple of days about an issue that's been happening with the state. We're constantly trying to just troubleshoot and engage. And also, if people have challenges with any state agencies, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. We are partners and very anxious and eager to engage with you. So congratulations on the 30th anniversary. This is a wonderful organization. I just look forward to a lot more work ahead. Let me just point out a couple of our staffers here. Sam Lieu, who's the incredible public servant of his own right, back there. And then Connor Place is here as well. He's tabling for us. So please go say hi and reach out to our office if there's any way we can be helpful. Thank you so much, everybody. Enjoy.
Isn't it so exciting to have them live? Yes. Thank you, Senator Allen. Appreciate you. Okay, so let's move on to our program. South Bay COG staff will be in the room with wireless microphones for your audience questions. So if there's time, at the end of each presentation, we will have some time for questions from the audience. Now, if you have a question at the end, just raise your hand and one of our staff will run over and hand you a mic. Laura, where are you? See, Laura's right here in the front. She's our official timekeeper. So she's going to let you know when your time is up, and she will let the moderator know when each session is coming towards an end. Now, with that, let's get started. Right now, it is my great pleasure to introduce somebody that many of you will probably remember. I know I do. I'd like to welcome to the stage longtime friend of the South Bay and the South Bay COG, former supervisor Don Kanabe, to share his reflections on the COG, the legacy, and the impact. Now, for those of you that have been here a long time, well, not that long, huh, Don? You may remember that Don used to MC our General Assemblies, besides being a strong representative of the South Bay on the LA County Board of Supervisors. So thank you for being here, Don, and it's a pleasure to introduce you at this time.
A long time. Yeah. Well, anyway, good morning, and I'm honored to be here and say happy 30th birthday to all of you. It's, you know, at this age, you're honored to be any place, and particularly in front of friends and former colleagues, those of us that are still standing. I just asked me to say a few words. I was there in the very beginning. And not only is this COG still going strong today, but it's the original Council of Governments 30 years ago. So happy birthday, and Jackie, you are the Energizer Bunny of COGs. But I remember back when this first started, for those of you that have been around a while, you know this, some, well, obviously not, but this has originally started, the communities, the cities coming together to save the LA Air Force Base, an Air Force base with no runway that we were trying to save on a national basis. And I think it was for the first time cities realized in either economic development or jobs or whatever it may be that their communities didn't stop at an intersection like Sepulveda and Rosecrans. I think you had to work together. You may not have the physical facility in your district or in your city, but you had people that worked there, shopped there, went to restaurants, and whatever it may be. And so the real start of all Council of Governments happened here in the South Bay. And I can't remember everyone who was in the beginning, but I do remember John Parsons from Redondo Beach was really an instigator in all this. And you know, the economic development piece of this, for those of you that are involved now and new to elected office, you're on the shoulders of some people that really made a difference. And you have no idea the impact that it had legislatively, being able to go to Sacramento or Washington as a unit, representing 10, 12 cities, and saying just on your own, trying to fight for a little piece of action. And so from that standpoint, the Council of Governments really made a difference, and really made a difference throughout Los Angeles County now with Council of Governments throughout the area, realizing what started here in the South Bay, continues to this day in the South Bay, really makes a difference when you're trying to, you know, deal with climate change, you're trying to deal with transportation, infrastructure, public works, whatever it may be. Working together really makes a difference in bringing people together and communities together. So I just want to say happy birthday. Happy birthday, yeah. You know, at my age, I'm thinking birthdays, you know what I mean? But just happy 30th, and from the very beginning, you've extremely made a difference, and I wish you the very best and continued success, and thank you all you for being here. Thank you.
Thanks, Don. We miss you. Okay. Now, before we bring our first group of speakers up, we have another special video to share with you. We spent some time with our former chairs, and we asked them to share some of their memories of their time serving on the board. So this first video includes some reflections from our first decade. So let's watch.
Some of the people who you would never have thought would be able to work together in the same room came together. I got to hear opinions, success stories that I never would have heard otherwise. And I got to know the people who were behind it. And I got to understand more and more that when you're dealing with cities, it's less the politics than the solution. That you can work with people who you would probably disagree with on most anything. But when it comes to cities, you learn that there's something great in the commonality.
Because I was such a novice in the government area, it was a steep learning curve for me. And all of these folks around me seemed to know what was going on. So I had to listen and pay attention a lot to what was going on in other cities, get to know a lot of different people. And I think that's a real advantage.
Because you get elected to council and you kind of tied into boundaries. And that's where you concentrate. You're aware of the other places that exist. But by getting together with an organization like COG, you're going to find what's going on in the bigger picture.
One of the reasons the COG exists, the reason it's been so successful, is because of the vision. Leaders, not only Jackie, but all of the elected officials too, that they have a vision of what could be improved the life in the South Bay.
I met Jackie. She is the glue that holds everything together. She's a natural born leader. What I liked was, as the chairman, she had the ability to make me feel like I was the boss. I think of it as an incubator, if you will, preparing you for birth to grow into this a better person. We were working at the time at the very beginning of the redesign of the off-ramps and on-ramps on the 405 freeway. And just recently, go northbound on the 405 freeway, right turn there and go on, head south to Long Beach. And I got to use that a few times now, and it came to fruition like 16 years after I left.
There's a lot of continuity there. It provides ongoing projects that somebody can pass the baton on, and the history isn't forgotten.
The solutions we came up with were more accepted because they had been put together by people who otherwise would have been politically different.
When it's something major, you can almost be sure COG's going to be involved, and it's going to be led by really good people.
And real quickly, before we move to the next section, I want to, let's see, we have Sarah Dean and Zoe Iwano from Palos Verdes Peninsula Unified School District here. And we also have Chloe Tachibana from Assembly Maratsushi's office. Okay. Now, let's move on to our first set of speakers. So for almost the entire 30 years, Mike Jenkins has been providing pro bono services to the South Bay COG. He is a recognized legal expert in the state who has represented many cities, and we couldn't be more fortunate to be on that list as well. Mike will be our moderator for our first panel and will briefly introduce the panel of experts. Mike?
see a lot of familiar faces out there, and I also see all the people who took up all the parking spaces in the parking lot. I'm pretty convinced that I parked in Torrance. It took me that long to walk over here. We have a great panel for you this morning. If you want to know who they are, just read their bios. On the back of your name tag, there's a QR code. So just follow that, and you'll see all their background. So we're going to start with Luana Medina. She's the Division Manager of the Environmental Initiatives for the County of Los Angeles Internal Services Department. So, Luana.
First, I want to thank South Bay City COG for giving me this opportunity to talk about all of the great accomplishments and the future opportunities that the partnership with the County of Los Angeles and South Bay Cities COG has to offer and will endure. Hearing all those great local government representatives, understanding that local governments have the opportunity to utilize their collective power to help strengthen communities and provide them opportunities to become more resilient and sustainable given the current climate epidemic we're about to experience. I, at the County of Los Angeles, I am the Environmental Initiatives Division Manager. I manage a portfolio of clean energy programs, but I can tell you with great knowledge that all the accomplishments that we have been able to achieve could not be done without South Bay Cities COG's partnership. So let's talk a little bit about what we have been able to do and accomplish over the last year. We have been able to install, with the active partnership with SBCCOG, 54 clean energy heat pumps in public agency facilities across South Bay cities. In addition, we've also been able to help achieve over $1 million in savings. And when we think about sustainability and resiliency, we need to understand it's not just attacking climate change. It's providing resources to communities. So as we drive down costs in our facilities, those dollars can be reallocated to public purpose programs. And we're all here with this idea and notion as local government entities, we're faced with multiple challenges. I heard somebody mention affordable housing, homelessness, public health, and safety. So really thinking about sustainability as more of just combating climate change, but actually making your communities more socially, economically resilient. That is what we're here to provide in those services and in partnership with South Bay Cities COG. In addition, if you think about all the work that we have in the future, we do have the opportunity also to drive operating and energy affordability in all of our facilities and our communities. So, what does that future look like? I have the great pleasure of announcing that last year, with the partnership of South Bay Cities COG, in 2025, we aim to launch, with the partnership with the California Energy Commission, the Equitable Building Decarbonization Program. That is going to provide $21 million in investment dollars to help over 1,000 households within South Bay Cities communities and help them to decarbonize their home and provide a clean energy future for low-income qualified residents. These will be for single-family, multifamily, and mobile home parks. And we couldn't do that without the partnership that we've obtained with South Bay Cities COG. They will be our boots on the ground in your communities, helping those residents to help them become more resilient and more sustainable. In addition, we're also looking to help facilitate more of your local cities and help them to identify their facility opportunities where we can reduce the energy costs. And I think what my team has told me is in the pipeline, we aim for 2025 to reduce over 750,000 kilowatt hours. Now, those are just first year savings. Imagine what that impact will look over the next 20 years. I'm really excited on this partnership, and I'm very excited to be a part of the South Bay Cities COG partnership, and I'm really looking forward to the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Luana. The COG, as all of you know, has been working on energy initiatives for many, many years, and I know they intend to continue that work going forward. Our next speaker is the COG's own Wally Simbab. All of you know Wally. He's been leading the COG's innovative land use, transportation, and technology initiatives. Wally loves synergy, and he loves talking about these separate disciplines. So let's hear from Wally.
Thanks, Mike. Well, good morning, South Bay Cities. We're going to talk today about the challenges that are facing us with sustainability. But for old timers, and maybe I shouldn't say old timers, but long timers, I'm an old timer. We've been running a research and demonstration program for 20 years with about $6 million of external funds. So a lot of what I'm going to say is backed up by actual data and pilot projects. So it may seem far out to you, but we've tested a lot of this stuff. And if only I could learn how to do this. Okay. Okay, so clearly to sustainability, the biggest challenge is going to be extreme weather. It has been and it will continue to be. And there are both direct costs and, of course, indirect impacts, and we need to reduce carbon emissions is the bottom line, but also resist and recover from these. When we can't actually resist it, we have to recover from it. This challenge has gotten even worse recently because of the federal support. The funding in particular is not going to be forthcoming. And I'd be the first to say that the weather challenge links to other things like municipal finance and affordable housing and safety and things like that. Now, we can see the effects of extreme weather. They become more extreme. It lasts longer, the events last longer, and they occur more frequently. We know, already been referenced, that the Palisades-Eaton Canyon fire, over $250 billion of direct costs, kind of a product of what they call hydro whiplash, which is extended droughts, dries everything out, wildfires catch fire, hurricane winds whip the thing so that the structures become fuel, followed by torrential rains and mudslides. So this is how we got to $250 billion. Now, if we look at the world, at the global situation between 2000 and 2020, the reporter had said that there were $16 million an hour of damage every hour in that 20-year period. It's almost $3 trillion through 2020, so it's obviously over $3 trillion by now. And this is just not sustainable. This has to be addressed. And the worst of it is that the heat is increasing rapidly, especially since the mid-90s. So these pictures of the globe help us understand that. The top one is the long-range 120-year, where the dark colors suggest where the heat is increasing faster. And the bottom one is the last 30 years, and you can see that it's a dramatic change. This gives a real problem to policymakers because the growth that we were expecting has suddenly, in the mid-90s, the last 30 years, has become extreme. It means it's hard to get your arms around it. It all happens so fast. So what we have is people taking the streets. There's a lot of folks that are very unhappy about this. Seemingly not so much demonstration in the United States, maybe because we have other things to demonstrate against. But the top row is the youth saying, well, this is destroying our future. I really like you'll die of old age, we'll die of climate change, especially true in my case. And the bottom row is tens of thousands of people protesting, and the bottom right is scientists who you think of being in a white coat in a back room somewhere, in a laboratory somewhere, and they are saying this has gotten out of control. We have to do something about it. The thing to know is that these very scientists are saying that the change is urgent. We're looking at 2025 to 2030 in order to try to stop the growth of carbon emissions per year, maybe 2035 at the worst. And failure to do so means that we hit certain tipping points in which the climate becomes a self-sustaining furnace. It's not a controlled furnace. So what that means really is, and in our roles as council people, elected representatives, professionals with cities, professionals that are in consultants that are advising cities, we can't do business as usual anymore. And that's easy to say, and I think very hard to do, because business as usual, it's hard to change, and yet it hasn't gotten us. We wouldn't be in this mess if, in fact, it was successful, but we are, and it's not. So just to quickly go through the history of transportation, because the problem here is we're an auto suburb, but we went from industrial walking cities to streetcar suburbs to auto suburbs, and in fact, I think everyone knows the South Bay was originally developed around the Pacific Electric rail system, and then in the 50s, more or less, because the development between the rail lines happened and the rise of the auto industry, we became an auto suburb. And that really worked pretty well, I think, when it first came about 50, 75 years ago. But now we have to reorganize. And this is what I mean by not business as usual. We have to stop investing in the auto suburb part of this. And I'm going to talk about the digital technology, which is essential for our sustainable future. And we are lucky in that we have resources that other places don't have. Now, this means not business as usual. We have to rethink almost everything we're doing. And if I'm you and I'm listening to this, I'm thinking, I don't want to make comprehensive change in everything I'm doing. I mean, it's very, very hard to break away from the patterns of the past. And this involves everything. We're going to talk about land use, transportation, and digital in particular. So we have the South Bay Fiber Network, which is the catalyst that we want to build around and going forward. Now, there's one of the things about breaking away from the past is that we don't. What I encounter all the time are silos. Everything's in a silo. The state bureaucracy in the silos. Even some of us are in silos in local government. And I think the bottom line I'm going to get at here is that the digital, land use, and mobility should all be taken together. So when states required forced housing development, you have to accommodate in your city, you should be thinking in terms of, well, where should I site that? Because the regional housing needs assessment doesn't tell you where to put it, but you have to think where to put it. Put it near a major activity center with lots of destinations in it, and we'll talk about that in a second. But think about what mobility system that you want folks to use to get to where they're going, and think about the digital system in which you can bring where they're going closer to where they are already, sometimes in their home or back into that center that's adjacent. So that's the nutshell of all this, and I didn't want to say that before we get into sort of the weeds here a little bit. I forgot to say, one of the things about this is that the criteria is that it has to go fast, then it has to be affordable to everyone. The whole era of which, back in the 50s and 60s and 70s, we had infrastructure projects that cost multi-billions of dollars and took 7-10 years to plan. That era is gone. We've got 5 years, 10 years at most to really get on top of this. And so those things aren't going to work. And it has to be affordable. When everyone should be buying an electric vehicle so you have zero emission, you can't, paying $50,000, $75,000, $85,000, $90,000 for an electric vehicle doesn't make any sense. No one's going to be able to afford that at the scale that we need to make those changes. So anyway, we're lucky to have the South Bay Fiber Network. This was a joint powers authority. We made a deal with 3P, a public-private partnership. And the key to this was that we disrupted the marketplace. We brought in more product for a lower price. And having said that, what we're finding is the legacy carriers are now coming out and lowering their price under pressure that we created through having a South Bay Fiber network. Now, we've got some plans for this, and this is stuff that the COG is going to do, that you play a minor role in. Other things you're going to have to take the lead in. But we're going to try to extend the fiber network to all homes and all businesses, so 100% coverage if we can get it. And we're trying to shoot for 100% subscribers to the fiber network so that everybody is in this digital world that we're trying to create. We also want to expand it, and this is a little technical, but the broadband industry is vertically integrated now. So the firm owns the wire, they manage the operation, and the IRSP. Spectrum is that. What we're talking about is breaking out, so we have an owner that owns it and operates the network, but we will have multiple ISPs. It's a different platform, and the competition will, in fact, stimulate economic development. So we call that an open network, and it will be make competition online. So it could be that El Camino College could become a retail service provider. It could be the COG could become one, a small firm that specializes in my watch is calling me. Oh dear. It's a slippery stuff. People know me. I resisted getting a smartphone for like the entire life, and I just got one last year, and my wife said, well, we should get a watch too. So it was a slippery slope. So, and this actually tells me when to stand up and stuff like that. It's completely insane. This was an incoming call. Just, I know you're all curious.
Almost up?
Yeah, I know. So anyway, we're going to go to, everybody has to be digitally illiterate. We're going to do workforce development and small business development and startups. This is a little more difficult. We're talking about recentering the destinations. Right now, we've got everything's in a single function center. So you've got regional malls, you've got El Camino College, you've got colleges, you've got civic centers and so forth. Everything's in its own specialized thing. What we're trying to say is our research says, hey, put it all together in a dense, functionally robust place. And under an auto-suburban development pattern like what we're talking about, it requires lots of driving because every time you go to a place, you have to go to a different place. The whole idea of having a central, dense place is that you can walk, you can cycle, you can use local use vehicles. And we put our public access to the network in there. I'm running out of time, so this is too bad about my watch ringing. I lost a minute right there. So our research showed in Riviera Village that it's a horizontal, mixed-use, old-time downtown kind of thing. Used to be Hollywood Riviera. That homes within a half a mile of that, over half of them went to Riviera Village for their destination, and half of them walked. Del Amo Mall, which is the state-of-the-art in the 60s, it's a wonderful place. I go there once in a while. And the city of Torrance is allowing some housing there. So there you have an activity center with housing next to it, but you should think in terms of what's the mobility component of that and what's the digital component of that. How many destinations can we bring close to them? Here's a simulation of this. We did this drawing some time ago when we thought we might be able to build stuff. The idea here is to picture this as on four corners. It was Madrona and 189th was the place for it. And the idea was put all of the functionality, that's all the businesses that are in Riviera Village, put them in this, and then you'd have guaranteed walking, cycling, and local use vehicles. Here's some other drawings of it. The way you get that is the lower left is, this is a typical floor plan with the space that each business would have, and we cut it in half, cut it into a third, and so forth. That's how you do it. You make very small. So one of the things to take away is that in the mid-90s, right after the internet was commercialized, the ARPANET was commercialized in the internet, Negroponte wrote this book, Being Digital, and I just referenced it earlier on, its transmission of place becomes possible. So that means if you're going to El Camino College, we can put El Camino College on the network and bring it to you, either to your home or to a nearby center. This is an example of it. It's the first generation ATM. We'll call it a robot teller. We'll see where it goes with AI. And the impact of this is they're talking about no branch banks being available after 2041. The idea here is to do hybrid physical online stores and reduce the cost of presence, which I can talk about at another time because I'm running out of time. So I made up a way of organizing access. What you have to know is the dialogue around digital is that it's about fiber to the home and it's about fiber to the business. And well, it is in one sense. But the real power of this is to create public access through various, so I'm saying 3 levels. Simple access, where you can come up with your computer, your laptop, and jump on the internet and check your email. Level 2 is you can do literacy training and technology, and the city of Carson has such a thing, and the city of Gardena has such a thing in their, one of their parks. But what's really interesting is when you get to level 3, because that's where the power comes in. 3A is a factory where you have advanced hardware, software, 3D printing, AI tools. You can make a motion picture today using text to image, text to video. Why not do it in our neighborhoods? Why not do it here? The example of this is the Beehive in South Los Angeles, and this is how you make money. This is where the power of the internet comes from. And small business is not going to have all these tools and know how to use them. That's why we create a different facility for them. It's virtual services. This is something I did called the Blue Line Televillage in Martin Luther King Transit Center in the mid-90s in Compton. And we brought in distance education, telemedicine, remote work, e-government. So we did proof of concept. I know it works. This is what I'm talking about when you think about what the digital power can bring destinations towards someone, either in a center or in their home. And then resilience, we want to get battery backup. We want to have batteries, microgrids, HVAC programs so that there's cooling when the heat is there, and various kinds of programs having to do with resilience is where we want to go. So these are some drawings that we did with what it might look like inside of one of our centers. And I'm going to end with the idea that what we're really talking about is local use vehicles, because the distances are short and it makes no sense to drive a digital navigator to go to a 7-Eleven. And these are the initiatives that we're working on, our local travel network. You all know, as you've heard about, we're doing it in mobility hubs. We've got a grant, we're planning it. We've got a proposal out for destination parking from Caltrans, which we hope to hear. We want a grant for e-bike safety, but the way things are in Washington right now, we may never see the money. And of course, we've got public education around all of this. If you haven't seen it, check out the Turtle Talk newsletter. Okay, that's it for me. And Mike, you want to introduce my longtime friend and colleague, Dan Sturgis.
Thank you, Wally. Thank you, Wally. I'm going to take your and Luana's message to heart. As soon as I unload my Tesla, I'm going to buy an e-bike. Speaking of e-bikes, we have Dan Sturgis next. Dan is co-founder of Mobility. Dan's a pioneer in sustainable mobility and will be providing us with an insightful overview of how the South Bay can embrace a vision of multimodal, equitable transportation system. The COG is very fortunate to be able to call upon Dan for his expertise as we develop and implement our transportation programs. So we're thrilled that he's here today. Dan?
Thank you. How does the slideshow start? Well, thanks, Jackie and Wally. I think I've known you guys for 12 years or something. It's a real honor to be here. You guys are inspiration. I will, in this presentation, talk how I see you as pioneering something that's not happening anywhere else in the United States. So I graduated as, well, actually, my vision, my hope is that the South Bay, we can have a great life here. People live here, can have a great, wonderful life, go anywhere you want to go without having to own an automobile. And what is it, 32 years since the internet showed up? So like, it should be time for that, maybe? But I graduated as a car designer down the street in Pasadena in 86 I graduated. And I went to work at General Motors designing cars. But I grew up in Boulder, Colorado, where I live again now. And I rode a Vespa scooter through high school because I couldn't afford my car. And a Vespa got me everywhere in Boulder, a little college town. But it's like, why can't it have a roof? Why can't it carry cargo? And like, no, you have to buy an automobile. So I got interested in this gap between little vehicles, and I quit General Motors after a year. And by 1988, I was renting a little studio in Torrance, California to make the first, what became the neighborhood electric vehicle. So if you've seen the GEM car, That was my project. That's not the gem car. That was a picture taken in Las Vegas in 2014 with Twizy. They had a lot more money than we had to make a vehicle. But here's the big idea, folks. We don't have to have one vehicle for all our trips. Imagine that. We here in the South Bay and LA, 10 million people in LA County, we are all driving highway-capable cars. We can drive them to New York City. Everything that I see in the parking lot, I can drive to New York City at 80 miles an hour. But that's how we're getting around. We have basically what I call a highway automobile disease. You know the traffic here. LA County's got 10 million people, so if half the people are going to work, 90% of the United States drive alone to work in their car with 4 empty seats. So if half of LA County is going to work with 4 empty seats, that's 20 million empty seats you're dragging on the highway in our great, intelligent, smart age of ours. And your car is composed of what, 25,000 parts? I've seen people at a cafe say, oh, I don't know about recycling my iPhone. It's like, sweetie, do you see your car out there? And then there's a cost. We know the AAA says the car is $10,000 a year. So what's the marginal cost? If the car dealer comes to your house every night, Monday through Friday and Saturday and Sunday, every night for a whole year and says, you got 2 newer cars in that garage, that's $50, $830 every night of the year, $50. How does that feel? And then over there, the orange, that's Albuquerque, New Mexico, very much a car city, but that's their downtown. And where it says park, actually all the orange spaces are parking lots. Those are for unused cars that we have them sit for 97% of the time. This is actually like a social mental illness at this time. The dark orange is the multi-story decks. So why are we still car dependent here in the South Bay? We've got a binary problem here. We either think it's the bike and the bus or it's this 5-seat automobile. That's our choice. Well, that's a false choice. So what I've been working on for 40 years now is to take what we like about our car and to make it smaller for the needs of the local trip. Now, this will not work for everyone. If you're a real estate agent and you got to get people all over the place, buy that highway car. If you're a single mom and you got to move people around, your kids around, transit, is not going to work for you. But we don't have to have one solution for everybody at this point. It's like dieting. We don't have to go to the ultimate program. We have to start reducing the need of these big cars. So that's the binary choice. Now, Henry Ford once said, a problem clearly stated is half solved. And in my space, working in these small vehicles, I've gone to mobility conferences, and they go, oh, we're bringing shared scooters here, we're bringing car sharing there. And I'm like, where? Is it New York City, which I call a thick city? Or is it spread out Phoenix, Arizona? Is it a thin city? Well, South Bay Cities is a thin city. This is a thin city. It's not, in New York City, you don't need to own a car. Your first and last mile is done in private transportation. It's called an elevator. And you can walk across the street and get a great cup of coffee or a beer or something. So we are dealing with thin city. Most of LA County is thin city. Most of California, most of the United States is thin city. About 200 million people. So small cars. These are versions that are available in Europe. They wouldn't let me, when my partners and I created the low-speed vehicle, can't go over 25 miles an hour. Well, that's not that usable. The people, you go see them driving them in Santa Monica today, they all sped them up to 35, and they've been using them for over a decade and having a lot of fun and saving a ton of money. But those vehicles go 49 miles an hour in Europe. They're not allowed to come here. Now, you can buy a motorcycle that goes 80 miles an hour, and there's at least 15 brands that go over 200 miles an hour. That's okay. But no, we can't have that. But they're cool. And here's a little video for a minute of the cool. Glad you enjoyed that. Okay, so the Orange is the company I started and the vehicle I designed. When I started in Torrance, California, I wanted to license the design out to some manufacturer like Kawasaki. No one would build it. So I started a company and we got it to production in '95. We went bankrupt after a year and a half, stupid stuff, but the company still, our vehicle is still being produced today in Anaheim 30 years later. That's the Gem car. Does it cost too much money, $14.90? I think so, sorry, Gem. I think these things should cost like $5,000 or something. But it's a chicken egg problem. How are you gonna lower the cost until you have a lot of sales? And how are you gonna get a lot of sales with a high price, right? It's a chicken egg problem. But over here, the fonts have all gotten all kind of wonky here, but you can go to Hermosa Beach this afternoon and buy that $7,000 golf cart. That's the lowest priced model I saw online. I'm not making a dollar from them. I would like to see South Bay a lot better, so I'll benefit that way. But you can go buy an electric golf cart today and drive it around, and the insurance is cheap, you're not buying gasoline, it'll be easy to park. We're gonna get to safety, because that's like, I'm gonna get crushed like a bug in that thing. I hear that every day, right? And then there's a whole nother side to this, which is autonomy. Autonomous vehicles. Autonomous vehicles don't have to be $200,000 carrying 5 people. And I'm not gonna go in, I don't have the time today to go into what that looks like. But to me, smaller vehicles around Torrance or around Hermosa Beach is going to feed into smaller autonomous vehicles in the future as well. So I've had to create a plan that's in my book, so I'll do my shameless plug of my book, Near to Far, which is on Amazon. I guess it was shameful, I don't know. But I've had to create a blueprint of how we organize this. So I've created a tier system. Tier 1 is the light, low-speed mode. It's not for the highway. Tier 2 are the fast, heavy cars. We have 290 million of those. And in my book, you'll see there's a Tier 3, where we go across the nation or across the globe, and we call that an airplane. Now, I wish we had high-speed rail, but we don't. So actually, multimodal transportation, Americans that are all car dependent only really know Tier 2 and Tier 3. The only place that we're intermodal is the airport, where I was last night coming here to talk to y'all. But Tier 1, we have these little scooters, but they're put into downtown LA in the thick city. And we know transit doesn't work very well down here. Sorry, whoever's here from Metro. I mean, the first and last mile, we don't need highway cars to go 1.5 miles to get to a transit line. So another way to think about it, since we're right down the street from the ocean, is imagine you just pull into the harbor in your 100-foot yacht, and you've just parked it and you tied it up, and it's like, hey, sweetie, let's go across to that bar over there and get a fish burger or something. Are you gonna fire up the yacht? Or are you gonna get in the dinghy? It's called 2 scales of vehicles. Like right now with our cars, it's like we're having our soup with a shovel. And then someone told me that land actually is worth a lot of money. I don't know who told me that. Recently, someone said land's worth a lot of money. You can park so many small vehicles in the space of the land. If we can start taking 1/3 of our parking lots that we don't need anymore to make affordable housing, you want to grow food, you want kids to have a place where there's actually green grass, it's called taking our land and making better use of it. Okay, so how does this all work together? I'm going to show you basically a blueprint of all these zones. Now, this is Detroit, so I don't know if you know Detroit. And this is a crude. But the idea is if I live, let's say, in Ann Arbor, or if I live in Oak Park or something, again, most households will have the highway car, the FAR car, but the small vehicle is for local. And then where I live in Boulder, Colorado, 1/3 of us telecommute. We don't need all the FAR cars. So if I use the second vehicles to go around locally, and then if I need to go far, I either get on public transit, or maybe Uber's gonna offer us really cool vans to go from one to another. If this looks familiar, this is our airplane system at the bigger scales of vehicles, Tier 2, Tier 3. It's like, there you are in LA, and there you are in Miami. You use your vehicle, then you get another way to get across the region. I'll explain that some other day. But honey, can I take the FAR car to Pasadena? This is the future I think we can have here. And if your spouse, partner's car is not available, then you go down to the mobility hub and you rent one. Call it micro rental, rent by the minute, rent by the hour. Okay, safety. Safety is the biggest thing with these small vehicles. That's one of our owners. He goes by Fear Daddy up there, and you might see him on Lincoln Boulevard. He's up there a lot, and it's a long story. It's a wonderful story about how his family got rid of their automobiles over years, and how his son grew up in the back seat of an open neighborhood vehicle and knows all the time where he is in Santa Monica while his friends have to look at the phone. But we can start creating better bike lanes, infrastructure for local lanes. What's happening here with Jackie and Wally and all the staff at South Bay Cities, it's not happening anywhere in the United States. The local travel network is the first of its type in the United States. So we should support it. And the far right, a famous inventor said to me once, Dan, you're not going to, making changes like lighting a fire in the fireplace. You can't take the flame to the big log. You have to find the kindling and the places where it'll light. You are right against the ocean. And the thing that happens at the Pacific Ocean is that the automobiles can't drive in the water. So they stop. So right outside here in Carson, we have these arterial roads where everything's going 50 miles an hour, and a little vehicle feels a little dangerous. But you go to Hermosa Beach and you're 2 blocks from the ocean and there's no fast traffic heading to Tokyo. So it's calm. And what we need to do is make this better there and then calm and figure out how to manage the bigger vehicles. Like I was on a little scooter in Boulder, Colorado 3 days ago, the Lime scooter, 30 pounds, and it starts geofencing me. It goes, you're going by the pedestrian zone. Boop, 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 boop. And I'm like, what? You're geofencing my 30-pound vehicle while the 7,000-pound vehicle here is just blowing down the road at 50? And I get that gets into privacy and people push back on that stuff, but we can figure this out. So the other thing we can do too is we can make the commercial district in Torrance, the commercial district in Riera Village, or however it's called, we allow the small vehicles to have the priority. If I can drive from my house in the small vehicle and go right to the coffee shop, but the big vehicle has to park 5 blocks away, then the little vehicle is going to have a lot more value to me. And that's the thing we can do. And then the last point about safety is vehicle and mode compatibility. We have parking lots across America where somehow people and children and families walk down these streets where these 7,000-pound SUVs are traveling. It's called a parking lot. Why is that pretty safe overall? It's because we treat it like a zone, we create etiquette and a behavior around it. And this is what we need to do, in my opinion, for local travel vehicles. So the last part of it is when you have a tier 1 vehicle, you can start a car company. You'd be insane like me and start a car company 35 years ago. Everyone laughs at it. It's like a golf cart, right, Dan? And this is the far upper, it was my first prototype. It's just a 1-minute video. But when I heard that people are having issues, where can I park my golf cart at Hermosa Beach? I wanted to show that my first vehicles were fold-up vehicles. They could fold up against the wall. This is 35 years ago, whatever. This is 15 years before Elon Musk invested in Tesla. That's the first prototype. And then we had to make it more for like American markets. This is 92. This is all before it became the gem car. And this one folds up too. That was a running prototype we built for $20,000 in Flint, Michigan. I moved to Michigan to get partners back then. So this guy folds up, and that's the end of that video, but folds up. And this was with lead acid batteries. Today with lithium batteries, we could do so much more. But we have 3D printing. I mean, would you like to be able to drive around South Bay and drive vehicles that your high school students designed and built, that they can shape the world? This project in the bottom is a local electric truck that could be manufactured here in the South Bay. So basically, that's my talk. Now, even though South Bay Cities is doing amazing things, I have a little thing. So if you see me in my yellow pants today at lunch, a QR code here would link you right now that I'm going to give this talk that I did here 4 weeks from today. I'll probably be in Boulder, so it'll be virtual. And I already have a sign up for the webinar. And what I'm going to do is present it again. Maybe only 2 people come, I don't know. The point of it is, I think, who's the coalition of the willing? Who in the South Bay wants to advance beyond this craziness that we have? And so I'm going to give this talk again in 4 weeks, April 24th, your lunchtime. And if someone has ideas, if you know someone across the street that wants to see things improve here, we need people to step up now. Time is time for the adults, time for design. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dan. We have time for a few questions. Our speakers, you should have a handheld mic on your seat. If you have a question, raise your hand. One of our staff people will deliver the microphone to you, and you can ask your question. I'll call on you. I'll start with this quick question. Dan, you said that we have to change ingrained habits. I think you even called it an addiction to big cars, et cetera. 2 factors that might contribute to changing ingrained behaviors are cost and convenience. The convenience, for example, of letting small cars park closer than big cars. Cost, we've lost incentives for electric cars. We've lost incentives for solar. And so when you're going in that direction, rather than the incentivizing direction, by making it more cost-effective for people to put on panels on their roofs, install solar batteries, buy an electric car, you're really, at this point, swimming against the tide. So I just want to ask all 3 of you if you have any thoughts about how we overcome those deterrents and move in the direction you want to move in.
Yeah. Let me make sure this is on. No, I really appreciate your presentations, and I appreciate your question, Michael. But I think one of the things, as a local government, we need to think about our community members. I would love a second car. I am a single mom with 2 kids. I live in a disadvantaged community within the county of Los Angeles. I cannot afford a second car. I think what we really need to do is mobilize options that allow for resources to be tapped. So regardless, let's say, if federal funding dries up, or if incentives even within the state are reduced due to the current deficit, we need to look to capital markets to identify ways to build products that allow people like me and you to leverage clean energy options or clean mobility options. And we need to make them solutions that are amenable and economically affordable. So for instance, you spoke about solar. You know, through the County of Los Angeles and Southern California Regional Energy Network, which I didn't go into detail, and now I feel bad, I should have, because we offer so many programs. But one of the things we're thinking about is how do we help middle to low income individuals tap into resiliency? So we're going to work with the California Public Utilities Commission to seek to provide a program that stacks capital financing incentives, federal tax credits, because they still exist and they're likely to stay for a little bit longer, to make options such as solar affordable and amenable and accessible, right? We shouldn't have people going into long-term debt to have clean energy options. They should be short, financial products that are affordable and within the realms of most of our community members. So my hope is really driving this idea with policy and legislative members that we need to provide more options, even if they're capital financing options, but just make them amenable to our community members.
Thanks, Lana. Does any of the other panelists want to comment on that?
Can you hear? Is it on?
It should be.
No. Yes. What?
Green button.
Is this on?
Is this on now?
Doesn't sound on, but okay. It's unfortunate, I guess. I mean, so yes, the government has been there to help this transition to electric vehicles, but from my perspective, a lot of it's been for the highway electric cars. So, we're talking about these electric automobiles that we're used to for our whole lives, really, and then it's like these 2,000-pound battery packs and all these minerals coming from other countries, some from not great sources. And what, we're gonna just have those battery packs sit in our parking lots for 97% of the time? I would have given up on this whole thing if it wasn't for the economics of what I call multimodal mobility or multi-mobility and micromobility. So the idea here is what I'm showing you is at scale. I mean, the first calculator was $250. Now you get one free in your cereal or something. So, I mean, like, we could be having vehicles that cost $29.95 that you drive for 15 years. We could do that. But it's about us coming together and creating that zone, or the, you know, because most people buy their car by test driving it. So we need to test drive the zone where these little vehicles are appreciated and safe. If we build that, I believe they will come. The main point is industry, the car companies. I know the CEO of Ford for 15 years. They are trying to take all this advancement in electric vehicles and then autonomy and stuff it in an old paradigm of this one car that takes you everywhere before there was like a digital revolution. So the fact is, we really don't need government in the way we've needed them to kind of cue things up, that we can do this at this point ourselves if we want to do it.
Thanks, Dan. Let's take a question from the audience. Who's, okay, right there.
To say that the technology and everything that's been presented sounds great, it's very sustainable and everything, but one of the problems that we have in California and in LA County in general is that the cost of living is high and people have to travel a distance to make work to be able to afford not even a home, but somewhere to stay, a roof over their head, whether it's rent, not even ownership. So introducing those concepts are great, but not if you're integrating the relativity of work to your work, what you call home. I mean, even if you took research and development and even saw where people spent their money, you'd see that people travel to go to a Costco or to go somewhere where they need, you know, for family, for example, for a family in general, they're gonna go to these kinds of places. They're not in your backyard. So the concepts are great. Yes, they're sustainable, but the infrastructure, unfortunately, we just don't have that relativity there. I mean, probably if you took a survey right now of hands, how many people travel more than 25 miles to work to make, you know, I think in California right now, to be in the middle class, you have to make $250,000 a year. That's what I actually think right last night even. So, I mean, would everybody agree that, you know, you're traveling at least 25 miles or more? So even the feasibility of having to have a vehicle like that or some of the technology that was presented, you know, it's there, but you have to talk to the people in this room, the council members, to say, let's get work that makes sense for people, for the current generation, to be able to live and work in the same area and not travel so far, you know, and all of this is realistic, you know. You just, you know, consider that.
Somebody want to comment on that? Go ahead, Dan. Go ahead, Lon.
No, I think you make a really good point, and I think another thing that we're going to have to do over these next 4 years is look to private-public partnerships. So one of the things that we can do as local governments is really look to our private entities and identify ways to, I like to say this, split incentive model, meaning you're helping to support their organization, of course, to allocate revenue and to make revenue, but also to have the second piece, which is the public need. So for instance, many of you are probably familiar with Blue LA, which is that kind of ride sharing. They take electric vehicles and they allow like this ride sharing principle, right? But that's really in a metro area. But what if we take a model like that and put it into more local communities, right? So really thinking about, yes, we are limited in resources, but one thing about local governments, I could tell you, I think of it as we have learned to work with less. And we make opportunities from that. And so really thinking about what are the private businesses within your communities. For instance, I know the city of Hawthorne, you guys got some really great entities and organizations working in the city of Hawthorne. What private partnerships can we hold together collectively and really amplify those opportunities? You know, federal funding may dissipate, but there is philanthropic opportunities, and we need to make that case that private entities can be profitable, but at the same time equitable in helping our communities. So really thinking about that process and how do we make that value proposition to them. And so that's kind of
Did anyone want to make a quick response? I want to get to another question from the
I'd like to quickly say something to Mike's question, which is transition. We're in a transition, and it takes leadership. It takes political courage. And all of us have this opportunity. If you believe what we're saying today about the interaction between land use and transportation and smaller transportation and digital, you got to speak up. And leaders, Jackie and I were in PUC in 2018, sitting at the table with the senior staff, talking to them about the essential need to have a subsidy, a rebate for a local use vehicle. And they told us, no, it doesn't use the right battery. We don't want to do that. And so we said, well, is this a battery outfit or is this an air quality outfit? And they, and we had Dan Sperling, who was a board member sitting there at the time. It takes, and all of us as staff people, as leaders, you got to speak truth to power. You got to stand up and say, this is essential because we're running out of time. And it takes leadership, and we can all be a leader, so do it.
Yeah. Another question from the audience. Where do we have, okay.
Hi, my question's mainly directed at Wally to give you a chance to expand on some of your research. You have a concept, I think it's called neighborhood-oriented development versus transit-oriented development. And it looks like there's a connection in the plans to expand the fiber optic network to have these digital hubs. And it'd be also worth acknowledging how the slow-speed network we're developing ties into all this. Thank you.
Okay, well, I could say that in 2018, we did a five-hour presentation on this stuff. So what you need to do is call my watch, and I'll get back to you. No, I'm serious. It is that I would say neighborhood and network-oriented development, just as opposed to transit-oriented development, where we have a 3% mode share of transit. Building destinations and origins around public transit doesn't make any sense. If we can build up the idea of public access to our digital networks, which I laid out 3 levels of that, including level 3, which has the factories and the access centers and stuff, then that it brings things to the neighborhood, which we can then use neighborhood vehicles to get around. So as I say, I could do 5 hours, but okay, got it.
All right, we have time for one more question from the audience.
I can just respond to the woman too about the longer trips. To me, the future is more like Tarzan swinging from one mode of transportation to another, vine to vine, and we don't have that network right now. But I worked for one of the biggest van pool companies at the time. People were using van pools to go 25 miles to work, 30 miles. And it was an issue of like, how do I get to the van pool? Do I need a highway car to go a mile to a meet point? And here the South Bay Cities COG is now working with SCAG and others on mobility hubs. A mobility hub, as I would define it, is how you go from a local type of movement or mobility to access other parts of your region, like a teeny little airport. And so we can help commuters that have a consistent work site, millions of us, and we can help people that telecommute and live in the community. We can help retired people. We're not gonna help everybody as we get this thing started, but we're gonna build this network. I think of it like the first fax machines. Like, who bought the first fax machine? Nobody. It was 2. They bought 2. It was the CEO or something with their lawyer, and now they could fax between those 2. So maybe it's El Segundo, where there's a bunch of residents that live in a residential area, and a lot of them work in Culver City or in Pasadena, and you build that fax machine, those 2 mobility hubs, where people can start having to not own 2 cars, maybe not owning 1 car. And we start building this network, and so you can go locally as you need to, and you can go far, and some people are just gonna need that highway car all the time. I get that, but we can do better than what we're doing, I think.
Okay, we have one final question right here.
Yes, I wanted to discuss the whole thing about the solar power, because I tried to get solar panels put on my house, and the first thing they ask, can I see your electric bills? And when I did the math, what they were charging, $20,000 to put up solar panels, that was the amount my electric bill would be. So my question is, how could we get these companies just to pay charges for the materials and the labor, not the estimated cost that we would have in the future, because if you start with the solar panels, you can get an electric car and you can charge it because you're saving money. But as it is right now, you're not saving money.
Yeah, and I'm getting pennies for the surplus electricity that I produce and send back to SCE, and I'm really pissed off about it. So I get what you're saying. All right.
I know, if I had 5 hours, I could go into this. So one of the things, you know, the missing piece or the gap that currently exists in the market is the support and technical assistance that someone like yourself could utilize. So for instance, there are programs right now available, for instance, with Edison that offer, they call it a charge-ready panel. They will give you an upgrade. You commit to having an EV vehicle charger installed, and that will help to support, for instance, to reduce the burden of a solar storage system. And that's really what we want to move people to so that they become more resilient. You know, I believe my counter over here who mentioned about the wildfires, you know, one of the things we want to emphasize at the County of Los Angeles is that we now know wildfire season impacts all of us, right? The PSPS event impacted hundreds, if not millions, of customers across the County of Los Angeles. So how do we make them more resilient? Now, what I mentioned earlier before is developing a financial product that helps to support a lower loan term, so you don't have to be overly burdened, because what we see is a lot of our members in our community are being faced with a 20-year loan term. And the industry developers and solar developers are pushing this idea that to have clean energy access, you have to have a long-term liability. That is not true. With, you know, incentives from different programs, those tax credits, we can stack those and then reduce the overall burden, and then you can have a very small, finite loan term that's amenable, maybe as much as your electric bill. But somebody needs to pull all of that support together and technical assistance. And that's what we're trying to drive in the state of California, is that market support and technical assistance can help drive consumers to become more resilient and sustainable. I didn't go over much about Southern California Regional Energy Network, but I'm sure South Bay City COG, through our partnership, will help to provide you information about what we do. We provide no-cost services to even public agencies, from project conception to project delivery. So that means you don't have to have additional FTEs. You don't have to have additional capacity. We're going to help you do that for you at no cost. And we're starting a new direct install program for our public agencies. So you'll be able to retrofit some of your smaller facilities at no cost. So these are energy efficiency upgrades that will be available to you. I'm sorry I didn't go over through a big PowerPoint, but if I had more time, I would. But really seek out the partnership with South Bay City COG. They're here to support you, and we are in partnership with them.
Wally, 1 minute.
Yeah, very briefly, as a sign, I guess we got more microphones up here. We got chairs. So, one of the things we're saying, though, is that a microgrid in one of our internet access centers at a level 3 embedded in a multi-purpose center creates energy for the neighborhood, so you don't have to do it on your own. And so what we're trying, and the PUC, I'm sorry, the CEC changed the compensation so that rooftop solar is not nearly the economic deal it was. We can do this for microgrids. In fact, a couple years ago, we had a microgrid speaker here. He's just brilliant. So that's one of the things we're trying to do, is collect some of this stuff through our neighborhood centers that will take care of issues like you don't have to go alone.
All righty, how about a big round of applause for our speakers?
Guy from my home state. Yeah, I'm from Longmont. Yeah. Thanks for being here. Okay, so we hope you enjoyed that. Jackie, I think if everybody actually looks at the mobility that the COG is actually involved with, If you want to see how our micro-mobility is being put in a forward-thinking manner, stop into El Segundo. Because El Segundo was one of the cities that actually started our COG's micromobility. And thanks to Mayor Drew Boyles, you can see our little turtle and the micromobility hubs that go through that city. So stop in there and see how that is. So Luana, Dan, Wally, Mike, thank you very much for entertaining us. Thank you. Okay, so before we move on to the next one, we do have some other people that we need to identify. So we have former chairs. Kirk Wiedemann from Torrance. Where are you, Mike? Kirk, where are you? Okay. We have Bob Pensler from Redondo. And we also have, let's see, we have council people. So we have Pam Schechter from Rolling Hills Estates. Thank you. And we have Manhattan Beach Mayor Pro Tem David Lesser. I think I saw him someplace. Okay. So they'll keep coming in. There'll probably be more after lunch. So now we're going to go from data to action, and how City Simulator drives smarter investments. So next, we're going to hear from Adam Howell and Stephen Bourne. They're with Atkins Relis, and they will be demonstrating how technology can drive resiliency investments. So at this time, I would ask Adam and Stephen to come up. And welcome. Yes.
Beautiful. Good morning, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Jackie and David, for connecting us with you all today. A quick background. My name is Adam Howe. I work for Atkins Realis along with my colleague Stephen Bourne here. And Atkins Realis is an engineering design firm who is partnering with an organization called the National League of Cities. And we had the opportunity to partner with them over the past several years and publish an article that caught David and Jackie's eye using the information we're going to talk to you today about. We've been working hard over the past couple months to develop a demo of looking at impacts to your local geography. But before we do that, I want to dive in to a quick and brief overview of what we do as a company and how we can help you start these conversations based on what we've already talked about today. So we are an international company, but building resilience here knows no boundaries. And so while we do have several thousand here that work in the United States with 2 local offices in the Los Angeles metro area, we rely on expertise from our counterparts from across the world. And we bring those expertise points to every project we work on as best we can. And we want to help discuss how we work with partners, including many of you that could be in this room, on how to start that resilience journey. We've heard from other speakers today to change the conversation, how to do business differently, and how to engage in the next steps to do planning differently. And so we want to really focus on looking at how we can help identify those resilient assets, look at your services and functions, and then truly turn that into developing thriving communities to what they are today and beyond, so they are successful places for all those to live, work, and play. This slide is very busy. I do not want you to read it entirely, but this is our entire approach and framework for how we would develop resiliency across interdependent elements that impact and service everyday functions through your cities and agencies. And we are here to talk about the beginning stages of how to anticipate, avoid, and adapt and mitigate. But there are many steps after that in terms of how to withstand and recover. And we want to use these digital tools to help introduce new conversation points. And with that, I want to introduce Stephen Bourne, who will go through some elements that we've been working on specifically for you today. Steve?
Thanks, Adam.
I'm going to talk about City Simulator. About 2011, 2012 at our company, we were challenged to come up with a way to help our clients, particularly mid-sized cities, with improving their resilience, understanding how resilient they are, and working out ways to improve it. So we sort of, the best ideas come from going to the bar and having beer and drawing things on the back of napkins. This is what we drew. Essentially the question we said we really needed to answer was, how do you measure resilience? Some of the light bulb moments were, well, maybe we don't want to actually measure resilience. Resilience isn't on the y-axis there. It's actually community health and prosperity. We want to measure how well is the community doing and what are the challenges to it doing better. Next thought was we need to think about the long term. That's a 40-year timeline there. You'll note that the green line, the resilient city, has a higher slope. It's improving better in terms of its prosperity than the unresilient one. Our thought behind that was that it's the old saying, what is measured is managed. A resilient city is paying attention to itself and trying to improve, and so it does. When a disaster occurs, the resilient city is going to take a hit just like the unresilient one, but the hit will be less because it's been thinking about itself and planning for those kind of events. But then the real big difference is what happens after. Both cities will take some time to recover, but the resilient city is back on its feet almost immediately. The unresilient one is 20 years later, it's just getting back to where it was. And this is entirely realistic. Think about a place like Puerto Rico that was it was in the middle of an economic disaster and got hit by 2 large hurricanes in 2017. It's on that sort of journey right now to get back to where it was. So we decided, yes, let's build a tool like this. The kind of requirements we wrote for our tool, we wanted it to integrate systems. Wally mentioned silos earlier. At a big engineering firm like Atkins, we're in analytical silos. If you're a flood modeler, you know how to model floods, better than anybody in the world, but you have no idea how a travel model works. Similarly, you don't know how economics models work and so on. We said, let's make one model that integrates all that together and get rid of all of the analytical silos. Business as usual as well as disasters. So I mentioned that. Let's include climate change in this tool. Let's look at long timelines. We're very asset management focused, so we wanted to know, if you're spending $10 million on a new asset, a new major piece of transportation infrastructure, is it actually worth it? Does it live the lifespan that you're planning? Let's allow for adaptation and mitigation. We talked a lot about solutions this morning. Let's put them into this system and see how well they're going to do before we put the money into actually implementing them. And then finally, let's be able to conduct this whole thing in a planning context. So 6 months to 12 months planning level budgets. It shouldn't take years of modeling to get to an answer with a tool like this. What we actually built was a city simulator. Essentially we build a digital twin of your community, and then we can evolve it into the future. Usually we go from 2020 to 2100, and the simulation is extraordinarily detailed. We're simulating buildings being built, populations growing, economies growing. It's an agent-based tool. What that means is if you have 1 million people, we have 1 million avatars in our model moving around and doing things, and we're measuring how much they're getting disrupted in their day-to-day lives. We simulate, we measure things like carbon footprint, impacts to natural systems. The center loop in there, that runs sort of once a day, and it brings in the climate change through global climate models. We use those to predict daily rain, wind, sea level, all those different variables. And on any given day, we're asking, did a disaster occur today? If it does, we can then measure, what gets impacted because we have this digital twin. So we can understand what buildings, what roads, who's getting disrupted, where are they getting disrupted, and how long is it going to take to recover. As we were doing this simulation, we were agreeing on, or measuring several different metrics. They fall into this triple bottom line of economy, people, and environment. It's a very stakeholder-based process, so which metrics we measure is actually a decision of the stakeholders. But we present them with a very long menu. Some examples here are things like trips disrupted. That's been a very number one metric that we measure is, into the future, how many people are going to get disrupted from going to work or going to school or whatever. That's a very people-focused, life-focused metric that people have a lot of interest in. Economy too, dollar signs, everybody wants to know that. So productivity, how much is lost because of future climate change, what damage happens to buildings and people's properties, how much energy is consumed, what's the heat exposure. All these different metrics can be measured with this tool. Okay, so I was presented a challenge when we agreed to do this presentation. I was basically told you have 3 weeks to model South Bay. So off I went. One of the first things we actually do is we ask questions. Actually, we get stakeholders to ask questions. What do we want to simulate here? The 3 that we agreed on were future impacts to property, future impacts on traffic, and how can we adapt to challenges that we find. This is, a representation of the digital twin we built. This is 119,000 buildings. I was told to merge 4 different cities together and then pull all the information from them. Commercial here is red buildings, yellow is residential. There's an average dwelling cost of $803,000, 324,000 people, 306,000 jobs in this digital twin. From a transportation perspective, there's about 1,600 miles of road that we included. And then this one took me back 270,000 trips a day is the highest AADT on this map. 270,000 trips a day is ranked 2nd in the nation, and it's highway, it's I-405. I come from Atlanta, and that took me back. And if anyone's ever been to Atlanta, you know about the traffic in Atlanta. So that was amazing. In terms of flood, we then looked at some of the disasters and what's the potential risk. There is a professor, Professor Sanders at UCI, who recently did a study that was published in Nature. One of the benefits of City Simulator is we can pull in data like this from the latest research and use it in our assessments. What Professor Sanders looked at was riverine flood, pluvial flood, and coastal flood. What do those mean? Usually, if you're talking about FEMA, there's FEMA flood maps. That's a river gets full and overtops its banks. That's pretty much the only thing that's really considered in those kind of studies. Pluvial flooding is heavy rain that just sort of piles up, doesn't make it to a river, and causes damage. That can be as much as 40% of the flood risk, and it's not typically considered. Coastal flooding, that's things like storm surge, sea level rise, and so on. This study incorporated all of that into one flood model, and so you can see where the risk areas are. What we did, he did it for just contemporaneous, like right now, this is the flood risk. In the future, this is projected to grow because of changing climate, intensifying storms, and so on. Projected rain, we have a whole process called downscaling. The upper curves up there, those are from global climate models. There's about 25 of them. And they all project rainfall in the area on a monthly time step. We then take historical data, that's what's on the left here, and blend the two together and get the curves on the right. And so what you can see is if you look at the series of curves that are smooth there, that's an estimate of the 100-year storm as we move into the future. And so you can see the projection there is that it's increasing steadily. I think it goes up by about 40% by the year 2100 in this area. There's some really interesting projections about rainfall here. There's projections that the extremes are going to stay high and get higher, but there's going to be longer droughts in this area. So you're going to move from an already kind of risky situation where you do get heavy rainfalls in this area and long periods of no rain. That'll actually intensify into the future. In terms of temperatures, this is from Climate Explorer. And the projection, I always use them. They do really nice charts. The projection is that, if you look at the scenario in the global climate models of little control of greenhouse gases, the number of days above 90 degrees Fahrenheit per annum goes from about 50 right now in this area to 110 by the year 2100. If you look at the heavily controlled GHG scenario, you're still getting an increase, but it's going to 80 instead of 110. So no matter how you cut it, temperatures are going to increase quite significantly in the future. This is maybe the most interesting part of the study, projected winds. So Santa Ana winds, those are the real problem around here in terms of wildfire. Another professor, Guzman Morales at UCSD, did a study, and they used 8 different global climate models and looked at what would the impact be to the Santa Ana winds specifically in the future. The interesting thing is that it's projected to have less activity in the future than it does right now. Almost every study I've ever done of climate change, there's always that sort of silver lining conclusion that you don't expect. This is the one for this study. So it's essentially saying, if you look at the curve on the bottom left there, in the center, that's peak Santa Ana territory. And then you'll note that everything is negative on that chart. So it's going down from where it is today. And on the shoulders there in October, April, it's going down much more significantly than the peak winds. The general conclusion is that at least this study says that there will be a drop across the board in terms of wind intensity, which is good news. But you still will have events with high intense winds. So those you'll need to watch out for them. They just won't happen as often. And there's a projection that the season will actually move later in the year than it is right now. We took that information and generated, projected winds from 2020 to 2100. So this is what's feeding our models, and you can see it has a downward trend reflecting that projection. We simulated wildfire in this study. What we do is we put a grid over the whole South Bay, grid cells that are about 100 meter by 100 meter, and then we project the soil moisture content in those grid cells. Fires start with ignitions. Ignitions happen when soil is dry and there's no moisture. So essentially we take the temperatures and the winds and the rainfall that comes out of these global climate models and run these water budgets on every grid cell. And as the grid cells get drier and drier, ignitions, we use a random number generator to say probabilistically, okay, a fire is likely to happen in this grid cell. When it happens, we then use methods that they use at the US Forestry Service called land fire, which is a fire behavior model. And that works out for us using land use, like what's actually on the ground, what vegetation is on the ground, how much will the fire spread, how quickly will it spread, and how long does it take to suppress. And so we can actually simulate an entire wildfire occurring and measure how much it damages property, how much it impedes travel, and so on through this model. This was also pretty interesting. If you look up at the northwest there, that is the Palisades fire. And if you look up at the northeast, that is the Eaton fire. That's their perimeters. And then if you look at the area that we studied down in the bottom left, the South Bay area, that's the area that we studied. So, you can tell there's a difference, right? Our study's gray, urban and developed area. Those areas were shrubs, grasslands, and so on. So we expect a difference in terms of the fire response here. Essentially, there's no fuel for a fire in our area. I can zoom in here. So this is a zoom in of the area. You can see the boundary in the cyan color there. There's very little in here to burn, at least according to the Forestry Service. So you might call this another silver lining too. If we zoom in though, this is that area in the Victoria Golf Course. That's like one of the few areas that actually had something to burn in that map. That's a 30 meter by 30 meter grid cell. That's the size that this model works at. And if you just go a little bit east from there, you can see the golf course on the left here. The houses, that's a 30 meter grid cell. So, what we think is that, okay, if we just run this fire model with this gray area as our background, there isn't going to be a fire. It'll get hot, but it won't actually grow, even if there is ignition. We think adding, the density of houses and all of that material into the model actually helps to understand really in an urban area like this, there's more fire potential than the fire models are really saying. And I think we saw that in the Palisades fire and the Eden fire. That fire spread, even though there's less burnable vegetation than you would expect a fire that size to actually consume. In terms of flood simulation, we kind of do this like the FEMA modelers do it. Essentially, we're looking for water reaching the first floor elevation of each building. After it reaches that elevation, water's in your house and it starts doing real damage. And so we take what is that depth of flood that we get, and we put it up on this curve right here, which compares flood depth in a house to the percent of the replacement cost of the house that is the damage that's caused. So if your replacement cost for your house, if you knock down your house and built it again and it costs you $100,000, if this curve is saying 20%, then you get $20,000 in damage for a particular flood. So we do this with every building in the landscape and can work out how much it's going to cost how much damage is going to be caused. We also do disruption of travel. So there's 3 different types here. On the left, we're talking about rivers overtopping their banks. A foot of water over a road, which might have a culvert. If that culvert gets blocked, there's so much power on that road, it wipes out the entire road. And typically, Caltrans will be spending 180 days getting that road back in working order. That's a lot of disruption for people who take that road every day. Tide, not a concern here, but I just wanted to say, in this model, we do tide as well. Sea levels are rising and causing that kind of situation on a daily basis. So that's also disruption. And then another one we didn't do, but we could do is flushing. As temperatures get higher, they're actually melting asphalt on a daily basis. As cars roll over the asphalt, they pull the aggregate out of the asphalt and make the road slick and unsafe, and that has to be controlled. So that's counted as disruption as well. Getting into the findings, the impact on property. There are, again, 119,000 buildings, but we had about 4,000 that saw some sort of flooding above first floor elevation in our initial model here. In 2070, that went up above 4,000, and then in 2100, it's getting close to 5,000. So the intensifying storms are, increasing the size of the floodplains essentially, and much more flooding is occurring. The cost of that flooding, that's down the bottom here, and it goes from about 200 million up to just over 500 million as you go into the future. And that's because the houses that were originally flooding are now flooding much more than they used to, and you're adding more houses to the picture as well in terms of the damage that's occurring. Looking at this in a little detail, Dominguez Hill Southwest, you can see where the flooding is occurring here. The red picture, the red buildings, that's more than 2 feet of flooding in each building. And they're orange and yellow as well, that's lesser flooding. Here's another one, East Dominguez Street. You can see just the area in the center of the map that had some significant flooding as well. And then down here by Torrance Municipal Airport, there's also some flooding, and you can see the floodplain as well. And then over there, what is that area? Arlington Avenue, there was some flooding there as well. Impacts on travel. Typically, we would have the average annual daily trips of all of these roads, and so we can estimate the disrupted trips that are happening. This is that same area, Dominguez Hills Southwest, and then going along the highway here. This is where we saw the most significant highway flooding, and any trips that are happening here are getting disrupted on a regular basis. Similarly, for the airport, these seem to really be the hot spots in the area that we studied. In terms of wildfire, as I mentioned, there wasn't a whole lot of fuel that we had to cause fires that would last for a long time. So we saw limited activity and impact due to high urbanization. We inflated the probabilities for high density areas, but that didn't really cause that much of an increase in the amount of fires that we observed. The fire simply just didn't have things to burn. We recommend in the future, if we're going to do this, and do a real study with it, getting land cover that's much higher resolution. Like the grid cells we were looking at were 30 meter by 30 meter. That's not really enough to really understand, what's happening on the ground. You have to get right down to the level of the things that are burning. So increasing that resolution would really help in the future. We tried some adaptation actions, the two on the left, elevating buildings and the buyout programs. These are really from our FEMA playbook. The elevating buildings, it's what you might think, it's just elevate the entire structure if it's a structure that's known to flood. And the return on investment you get out of that, you basically measure it by measuring how much damage would have happened if you didn't elevate it, subtract from how much if you did, and then divide that by the cost of elevating it. The other option, buyout programs, so in these, for buildings that flood frequently, you just buy the building and turn it into a stormwater park or something like that, and avoid the damage altogether. And then this other one, which we haven't done before, this study, we got very excited about this study because we're trying a lot of new things. Anticipatory sprinkler systems. Let's get into that. Has anyone ever seen this picture? Wildfire to occur and someone forgot to turn off their sprinklers and it saved their house? Well, I'm an engineer. I said, okay, that doesn't sound right. So I looked it up a lot, and after consulting Snopes and sites like that, what I found was they did do that, but the volunteer firefighters came to this house right before the fire came through and wet the entire thing down with water. That's really probably what saved it. But working on the concept that, if you do, sprinkle heavily and in a more robust way, maybe you can actually make a difference. We tried that as an adaptation action as well. Maybe the most interesting result we got from this study was we tried 3 different scenarios, and this was really focused on structures and houses and flooding. We said, okay, let's look at what they normally do post-disaster. They'll go and fix a building, or they'll, that kind of thing. That costs the least to do because you're waiting for the disasters happening. You're only working on the houses that actually get damaged. But with that, you get an ROI, return on investment, of about 80%. Because you're letting a lot of things get damaged. You're not anticipating it all. we said, okay, let's try the other option, which is you have all the money in the world, right? So you just fix all the houses that you know could potentially flood. That, of course, costs $220 million for that area, making the return on investment much, much lower. You're just spending a lot, and there's a good chance that the damage won't actually happen. The third option, the proactive option, is the one where you find the houses, you rank them, and every year maybe you fix 2 or 3 and don't spend that much. That resulted in the only one that was more than 100% return on investment. So an interesting finding. All right, I'm going to finish it up here. This is just the beginning. Again, we did this in 3 weeks. Usually it's a year-long process to do these studies. What the conclusions I came up with is more data. It would make the assessment much more comprehensive. More study questions. I listed 3. We need, a serious list of study questions. And then finally, more adaptation actions. All the solutions that were mentioned this morning, we could try them in City Simulator and find out how effective they could potentially be. And that usually gives a lot of momentum for getting grants and bringing more money into the picture to try these things. So that's really the role that City Simulator can play. Adam?
Thank you, Steve. I realize we are in between, we're in between you and lunch, so I'm going to make this less than 30 seconds. This is a quick piece. These slides we made available to you on the COG's website after this presentation. Just here, a quick point to know, Steve made a point about getting grants to continue the conversation here locally and regionally. There are some resources on this slide that I encourage you to look into, both at the national level, state, and regional level, but I encourage you to continue to build in your local conversations, coordinate with your local, regional, and state partners, but then also collaborate with private industry, which has been said time before us. And again, with that, I thank Jackie and the team here at the COG and all of those that have come before us for this opportunity to present. Please, I will turn it over to whoever is going to turn us to the next.
Okay, thank you, Steve and Adam. We appreciate you. And through this, we can see that it's clear that technology will continue to play a critical role in how cities plan for the future. So thank you guys again. Real quickly, we have a few more people that showed up. We have Paul Nwaka, former chair from Torrance. We have Dean Francos, who is the mayor of Hermosa Beach. And our micro-mobility demonstrations outside are still here for your enjoyment. I think they're giving rides on the bikes. So if you want to try that, that's fine. And there's also a photo booth out just outside the foyer there that you can go out and take some photos. Okay, so before we go to lunch, okay, we're going to have a few more quick clips, but we're going to have a toast here before lunch. So if you have one, get ready before lunch. If not, kind of raise your hand. We'll see if staff can't get you one. Okay, so hang on. So right now, we're going to have a legislator and former chair's video for you.
Greetings from our state capitol. I'm Assemblymember Josh Lowenthal. I wish that I could be there with you all in person. I'm so proud to represent the City of Carson, the South Bay Council of Governments, and the State Assembly. And I want to take this moment to congratulate the COG on 30 years of leadership, of advocacy, of innovation, and particularly as it relates to our environment. While our communities may look differently than they did when you were formed, your hard work and resolve has not changed. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Hello, family. What a joy it is to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the South Bay Cities Council of Governments, also known as COG. I'm Assemblymember Mike Gibson, and I am someone who had the opportunity to serve nearly a decade on the Carson City Council. and who was born and raised among the communities that I now represent in the 65th Assembly District, which also encompasses the South Bay. That being said, I am proud of this great organization. My entire career has been about championing and fighting for local control, even as a member of the California State Legislature. The South Bay COG has been a steadfast champion for our cities, advocating tirelessly to ensure local voices are heard on critical issues like taxation, infrastructure, climate change, and public safety. Your commitment to empower local governance resonates with all of us who value our communities. As we celebrate 30 years of your incredible work, I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the leadership and the members of this great organization. You have been a strong partner in the powerful force in shaping our region's future. Here's to another 30 years of fighting on behalf of our cities and standing united and making a real difference in the lives of our constituents. Congratulations on this momentous milestone. Thank you.
Hello there, I'm Laura Richardson, your state senator of the 35th Senate District. I'm here to congratulate the South Bay Cities Council of Governments. All of your cities, most of them are in my district, and I just want you to know how much I appreciate and how much the residents appreciate all of your work. Saving the Air Force Base, working on emissions, helping us to keep our communities clean by reducing homelessness. You really are government at its best as we celebrate businesses in our community. Thank you and congratulations.
So in that last video, if you don't know where Siren's Coffee Shop is at, it's in San Pedro. Go Pedro, in the house. Okay, so we're gonna break for lunch. Oh, I'm sorry, we have one more.
Coming from the city of Palos Verdes Estates, which, as you know, is a small city with only 14,000 residents, what was interesting and amazing to me about being involved with the COG was having a greater appreciation for the interactions of our city with all the other cities that were involved. There are issues like the transportation issues, some of the environmental issues that we would not be in a position to address on our own.
Several things were happening at that time. They passed legislation in 2006 that addressed climate change and required the state to reduce emissions by certain percentages by certain dates. So that filtered down into what local government had to do. And the COG very smartly marched forward with that. And we opened the South Bay Environmental Services Center back then. The whole idea of that was to address climate change, become more sustainable, and reduce our emissions. Part of that was that the COG sort of became a central point where cities could come in and consult with our experts our consultants that the COG had hired to develop their own climate action plans. Every city required to develop a climate action plan. Another piece of legislation came out of Sacramento, SB 375, because it required all of the cities to combine their local land use planning with transportation planning. And one of the really innovative activities that came out of that was we developed a program called Local Use Vehicles, the LOVE Project. We had 5 all-electric small vehicles that could only be used on local roads. You could only use them on roads that the speed limit was under 35 miles an hour. All the cars were equipped with GPS. So we knew where they were going and what they were doing. And then we combined that with feedback from the users. to find out what their experience was in using them. What was interesting about that project was that we began with local use vehicles that sort of developed into neighborhood electric vehicles, which the COG was very involved with in our land use transportation planning. And then that today has become what is called the local travel network. And the local travel network encompasses more than just the small electric vehicles, but other kinds of transportation modes that could use that network.
We had some of those things that we really thought would help reduce the impact of cars in the South Bay.
So the other thing that was really important back in that time was we had passed the Measure R, which is the sales tax that was then used for highways, streets, and roads and transportation projects.
Measure R was a huge program in the South Bay of improving traffic patterns and infrastructure, traffic light sequencing. They had some construction projects that would alter intersections to improve traffic flow.
And what was unique about that for, I think, a lot of areas, our cities in the COG, 15 cities plus City of LA and the county, had to come forward and each present what transportation project they wanted to put forward to get funding for. So we had to coordinate that and collaborate on that.
Whether it was for increasing lanes for turns or increasing a lane on the 110, when I have seen them built out, it's given me some great satisfaction to know that we were part of that planning.
Okay. I had the honor of meeting Judy Mitchell through Brett Huff, and she is a great lady, so thank you very much for all that. Now, before we go to lunch, we hope you all have a glass, but we're going to raise our glasses because we're going to toast the South Bay COG for 30 years of awesome service to the South Bay and their cities. So, raise a glass. Cheers. Okay, lunch is served. It's buffet. Enjoy. And we are going to come back a little bit late because we're a little bit over. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, so continue enjoying your lunch. We're trying not to run too late. We're trying to stay on time. So continue enjoying your lunch. But right now we're going to have a few more videos. So while you're having lunch, you can enjoy the videos of our past. So we'll play those now.
Just the one, but it's 5 minutes long.
We started to build foundational steps for how can really be accomplished for solving some of these, suddenly homelessness, transportation, technology. The South Bay Fiber Network was an idea to not only connect all the South Bay cities, including the county, with a strand of fiber.
3, 2, 1, hit it.
I'm very proud to announce today that the South Bay Fiber Network, the core ring that will support the entire region, is now complete.
In partnership with the COG and our 15 cities, it was put into service so that our cities would have access to high-speed internet service, with the plan to eventually expand that service throughout the cities into the communities.
We were looking at it from the perspective of how can we set cities up for success for the 21st century in terms of connectivity and being able to utilize connections throughout the city for public works, for transportation, even for their own IT or ability just to function as a government. We went to Metro, we convinced them of the transportation nexus, and were able to get the funding out of Measure M, which was to the tune of I think like $6.6 million.
It has been expanded into 40 different agencies. So I am most proud of the South Bay Fiber Network and the way it has grown.
My adult life has crossed several states and multiple instances of homelessness.
The COG recognized was Measure H was in the process of coming to the public as a voting measure, right, for a 1/4-cent sales tax. So how do we collaboratively utilize the county to make sure that the funding is coming through this measure back to the cities? What Jackie recognized was that if one city was doing it or other cities were doing it without really speaking to each other, that nobody's going to have true success. And the evolution of the COG being a part of homelessness, I think, just happened organically. It was just kind of recognizing the need, having conversations about it, but then it grew to the point where the COG actually ended up hiring individuals to focus solely on that. And now they really are a secondary conduit for the cities receiving direct funding from the county. We were able to utilize the COG to take it to the next level and make sure that a city like Redondo Beach could hit functional zero.
Redondo Beach recently celebrated becoming the first city in the South Bay to reach functional zero street homelessness.
The goal for functional zero is to get people off the street within 90 days of their homelessness experience, and Redondo Beach can now get people off the streets within 14 days.
Redondo Beach was chosen by the South Bay City's Council of Governments to develop ways to reduce homelessness regionally, but the work will also serve as a blueprint others can follow.
We're here in downtown El Segundo for a groundbreaking event that's going to make local travel much easier and more efficient for the entire South Bay.
The local travel network is a concept that didn't just start overnight.
As the South Bay COG chair, one of the first things we did was the low-speed travel network in the city of El Segundo. Very happy to see it come to fruition in the city of El Segundo and actually riding in some of the low-speed vehicles.
It's a perfect example of how the COG listens to the 16 city members and the 2 county members and actually starts to develop solutions. So the local travel network, to me, is an innovative way to start to reduce traffic congestion and to reduce pollution. Even most trips are pretty close. You don't need a full, large vehicle to go from your home to the grocery store?
I love our little turtle, and our city now is engaging with Jackie and the committee on this to try to get this in Gardena. I'm really excited about our environmental impact. I was really proud that the city of Gardena was able to host the South Bay Climate and Energy Award luncheon, of which we were one of the gold recipients. And again, we're going to work on platinum this year. The challenge has been put out to other cities, and I think it'd be a fun one this year.
We are doing so much at the COG level.
To some degree, it's a best kept secret, and it should not be a secret. It should be something that is celebrated and shouted and let people know that South Bay COG is here in the South Bay area.
Happy birthday, South Bay Cities COG.
Happy 30th birthday, South Bay City COG.
I'm proud of this organization. I'm proud to be the chair, and I just look forward to our future. Woo! All right. Okay, real quickly, I have two last introductions. Vera Robles DeWitt from the Water Replenishment District, and my own city manager, Clint Osorio from Gardena. Okay, so we're going to move on. Again, we have to thank our sponsors. We could never have done this without their generous support. Without them, our benefactors, our sponsors, our friends of the COG shown on the screen behind me. Give them an applause for just helping to support this great organization. And each sponsor will be receiving a token of our appreciation. And it's a sample notebook, and it's got a certificate. So I need all of our sponsors that are here, before you leave outside, we have a certificate for each one of you, so pick it up before you leave. Now, I want to give special recognition to some of our sponsors that have been with us for over 15 years. Chevron for 24 years. If you're in the house, stand up, Chevron. Watson Land Company, 23 years. City of Carson, Southern California Gas, each 20 years. Water Replenishment District and Waste Basin Municipal Water District, 19 years. The Daily Breeze, part of the Southern California News Group, 16 years. And Continental Development Corporation and Mar Ventures for 15 years. So join me again in thanking these longtime sponsors and those that have joined us over the years to recognize throughout this room. Thank you. Now, speaking of indispensable, again, I want to thank our hardworking COG staff and volunteers. So please stand up and be recognized, because it's truly all hands on deck. The staff has been putting in this event for 25 years, and I want to personally thank them. Thank you, staff. Don't forget, in the folder that you received when you registered is an evaluation sheet. I can't stress this enough, that we hope you will fill out before you leave. During lunch, I received a lot of input, but I need that input put down on paper so that next year we can make this a more streamlined, a more informational, and a more beneficial program for y'all, okay? So please fill them out. Give them to one of the staff or leave it at registration desk when you leave. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce the person that is responsible for keeping us in line, the one that keeps us in order and makes sure that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing and protects all the cities in the South Bay. I want to introduce our Executive Director, Jackie Baccarat. Jackie's leadership and experience are critical elements to the success of the South Bay COG initiatives. I'd like Jackie now to join us and for giving us the information about the COG. Stage is yours, Jackie.
Thank you. I couldn't let this event go by without giving you some of my reflections on our last 30 years. So I just wanted to say that for those of you that have been looking at me today, you've probably seen me smile. And I'm smiling because I'm really, really proud of all that we've accomplished together. And it isn't just our accomplishments, it's the accomplishments that we have because we have the strength of the collaboration of our cities. It's the city's support that we receive from all of you that allow us to do the things that we do. So it's not just another annual conference for us, it's a celebration, and you're all part of it. It's been a lot of fun over the last couple of weeks to look at the past and see what we've accomplished and really note the things that have directly affected the lives of the people that live in the South Bay. We've seen some of that in the former chair's videos, and I really hope that you enjoyed them, and we want to thank the former chairs that took time to do that. But I wanted to highlight some of the things that I always look back on, and some of you maybe remember this, but for those of you that are newer, I just wanted to mention them because even though they're in the timeline in the lobby, which is very, very extensive, I wanted to just highlight a few things. Our first major collaboration at the COG was when the city of Redondo Beach got a grant for energy efficiency, and they gave the grant to the South Bay COG and said that they wanted it for the entire South Bay. That started us on our sustainability program and the South Bay Environmental Services Center. Our South Bay Environmental Services Center has received numerous awards throughout the years. And they have not been recognized not just for meeting their challenges, they've been recognized for exceeding their challenges. I always think about the fight that we had, and this is going to sound maybe not very important, but it was very important, to retain the 310 area code. For those of you that remember, years and years ago, the California Public Utilities Commission was going to take the west side and give them the 310 area code, and then take the entire South Bay and change our area code to 424. And we said, this is really important. It's going to be very expensive for our cities and our businesses, and it's going to be really bothersome to our residents. So we fought it. We held meetings, and we lobbied, and we did not stop until there was a better solution. And we found that better solution, and we had victory, because the California Public Utilities Commission decided that we would keep our 310 area code, and any new numbers would be 424. This led to a change in policy, because now they don't go to a community and take away something, they add. And it happened here in the South Bay. I think of the fact that many, many years ago, the Air Quality Management District reorganized. And when they did, they had a seat for the west side cities, all of the cities in the western part of LA County. And we shared that seat, with the city of LA on the board of directors. And because that seat was population-based, we could never win, because the city of LA always had more population, and they won. So we said, this isn't fair. And we decided to take that on. South Bay COG. We hired a lobbyist for the very first time, and we worked with our other city colleagues and passed state legislation to give the city of LA its very own seat. And that allowed us to elect Judy Mitchell, who was a former chair and from Rolling Hills Estates, to the Air Quality Management District Board, so that smaller cities had representation from the west side. Today, that seat is held by a Gateway COG member, but it's still a small city seat, and it's because of the work we did here at the South Bay COG. You've heard already about what we did to save the Air Force Base. Years ago, not that long ago, the Air Force Base was threatened with closure, and we joined together with businesses throughout the South Bay and mobilized our governments, and we were able to save the Air Force Base, which was really important for the economy of the South Bay. And it was threatened because it was one of the few bases in the entire United States without a runway. We studied how people get around the South Bay, and I think Wally mentioned that when he talked, and it was an urban experiment with slow-speed vehicles, which gave us very rich data to realize the important role that local use vehicles would play, because our trips are 3 miles or less predominantly for local errands. This led to the local travel network, which you've heard a lot about already, and other initiatives that support zero-emission vehicles. And there's also our continuing advocacy for local control, with well-thought-out white papers, which have been authored a lot by our research director, Wally, again, and they were informed by our unique study on the carrying capacity of the infrastructure of the South Bay. I think of our fight, and I mean it was a real fight, with Metro to use our Measure M funds for the South Bay Fiber Network. It had never been done before, but at the South Bay COG, we know that when you prepare for the future, you forge new ground. You look forward, you don't look back. Thanks to Inglewood Mayor Jim Butts, who was also our representative on the Metro Board, we were able to change county policy and on this issue, and now building a fiber network with Measure R funds in Los Angeles County is an eligible expense. That happened here. Thank you. I could go on, but because each year we address the current issues together and bring programs to our cities through our Environmental Services Center, our transportation funding, our homeless services programs, and more. We provide cities with additional resources that they wouldn't otherwise have. And we look forward to the future, which this year includes expanding the fiber network, addressing cool roofs, and reducing homelessness, working with cities on functional zero programs. Besides our city support, none of this could have happened without our very dedicated staff and volunteers. Our volunteers amplify our effectiveness and help us bring our programs to reality. And if you would like to join us, we're always accepting new volunteers. And the staff, well, I'm very, very proud of the staff that we've assembled here, the kind of people who are committed to public service. This includes our great Civic Spark Fellows as well. As you will see from the last panel today, we are a multi-generational staff, and we've created a very dynamic work environment at the COG, with each of us learning from each other every single day. We exemplify the collaboration that we ask of others. While everyone on the staff pitches in to make the annual General Assembly happen, I want to call out Colleen Farrell, because she is in charge of our communications, and she interviewed all the former chairs and put together the videos you saw today. Thank you so much, Colleen. And very special recognition goes to David Legere and Eleanor Murphy, who are responsible for this year with planning and running this entire event. They've done a fantastic job. And for our 30th anniversary, I could not introduce and thank very, very much deep from my heart my sidekick, Kim Fuentes, who has been with us for almost as long as I have. They are the ones that helped to make this an interesting and informative day. I want to close by saying that because of our commitment, we've been able to attract funding from our programs that have extended your dues for over about 8 times what you're spending. We can do all of that. We leverage all of that. We're guided by our purpose, which is for the South Bay COG to add value to our members and help them prepare for the future. And we also are guided by the fact that we get things done. We've met past challenges, and we will thrive in taking on new ones, And I want to thank you all for joining us in celebrating today. Thank you. Rodney? Rodney, are you here? Yes, I want you again.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I guess maybe okay. Now is the time we're going to reveal our photo contest winner.
Oh, I thought you were going to do that.
Oh, well, I guess we're both going to
Let's do that.
Yes, okay.
Okay. So, in commemoration of the 30th anniversary of the South Bay Cities Council of Governments, we asked people to submit photos showing life in the South Bays in the 1990s. That was a while ago, wasn't it?
Right.
Oh, okay. So, we received some really, really great images. And this year, our winner is Giancarlo Guerrera with City Hall Pizza Show.
I don't think he's here.
So, I don't think is Giancarlo here? Okay, so, wait a minute, you can't say that. I know where that pizza show's at.
He's a Lawndale resident.
He's a Lawndale, so see, he's a Lawndale resident, but he eats pizza in Hawthorne. So if anybody knows where Pizza Show, it's on Hawthorne Boulevard, and it's in the city there. It's on the east side of the street, and I think we used to eat pizza there in the 70s when we were in high school. So, but yeah, the Pizza Show.
Okay, we're going to be featuring the winning photo in our newsletter and announce it to our local press because they helped us publicize this contest. And then next year we put the winning photo in our What is the COG pamphlet so that people can see it throughout the year in the publication that says who we are and our projects and our mission. In addition, you'll find that all of our finalists are on the website and in social media posts. And now, I'll turn it over
Back
to
to
you.
me. Okay, thank you. And we do appreciate all those that submitted entries into this. It's not an easy task to go through all these photos and try to pick a winner, but we do our best. So keep sending those in for next year. Now, how the future economy can power a sustainable future. Our next speaker is going to share some of the innovations taking place in our own backyard. So please join me in welcoming Terry Temminen, President and CEO of Alta Sea. Terry?
Thank you so much. I got here too late to enjoy the champagne. You don't come to many conferences like this and see everybody a little bit drunk, but that's great. And my wife and I just recently moved to Playa del Rey. That's at least South Bay adjacent, or is it considered South Bay? I don't know. We go into Main Street, El Segundo, all the time for dinner and ice cream. There's an ice cream store there that's responsible for at least 5 pounds of what's right here. But anyway, no, we're very pleased about what you're doing and coming together in so many ways, because obviously the one thing that brings you all together in so many ways is the ocean. And the blue economy is that thing that can drive your economies and great jobs and sustainable energy and other things into the future, which I'll talk about now. Let's see if this thing works. Yep, there it is. There's a little bit about me. As was mentioned, I'm president and CEO of Alta Sea in the Port of Los Angeles, and I've worked with many of you over the years in government, my work in nonprofits, investing in climate solutions all over the world, writing books in the hopes that we would inform and inspire and persuade people to take action before it's too late. But it was about 30 years ago when I was running the nonprofit Santa Monica Baykeeper that I got a call one chilly January morning saying that a newborn gray whale was discovered in the surf looking hopelessly for its mother. Well, for 36 hours, many of us worked with boats and rented moving vans and helicopters and makeshift stretchers, as you can see right there, and 1,000 expressions of awe and wonder to get this massive orphan into a tank at SeaWorld, about 120 miles to the south, in a desperate attempt to save her. She was named JJ by SeaWorld veterinarians, and when she arrived, she was weak and dehydrated and disoriented. Well, it's not every gray whale that begins its life riding down a 12-lane highway at 100 miles an hour with a news helicopter overhead and a police escort, even in Hollywood. But celebrity alone couldn't save JJ. In her weakened condition, and the threats that she would face if SeaWorld was actually able to restore her and send her back into the ocean. I wrote watercolors, How JJ the Whale Saved Us, and told of her story and of our endangered ocean. And ours is an ocean planet. We're not land creatures, but we really are ocean life forms. Our bodies are mostly saltwater, the first living organisms on Earth to convert sunlight into food, and the same blue-green algae that are found in the ocean today. And by the way, I'll be talking about how to turn that into a lot of valuable products shortly. And hundreds of millions of years ago, the first sex and reproduction took place among sponges and jellyfish. Now, don't try to picture that, but trust me, the way that life was formed and destroyed has not largely changed in our oceans until the arrival of industrial humans. So how have we changed the ocean in the last 100 years or so? Well, let's look at an indicator species for an answer. Prior to World War II, salmon was so plentiful that it was called the poor man's steak, and it sold for 10 cents a pound. It was employing thousands of people in a very sustainable multi-billion-dollar industry, even back in those days. And today, the catch is less than 5% of that, robbing us of something much more profound than a great meal in our favorite restaurant. And that's because salmon spawn in fresh water, as you may know, in the streams, but those streams don't have the resources to get the juveniles to grow into the massive adult size that we know them as when we're eating them. So the young fish spawn and they move to the ocean and miraculously transform their body chemistry from freshwater creatures into saltwater. And there in the ocean wilderness, they spend years hunting in the endless bounty of the ocean and come back to the streams of their nativity to reproduce and pay their genetic debt. And in the process, they deliver tons of nutrients to the forests. Because after spawning, the salmon die. Their fat and their flesh is providing food for mammals and birds and insects and scavengers that pull tons of these carcasses into the forest. A third of the nitrogen in the forest floor comes from the ocean through salmon, the most astonishing transfer of wealth on the planet. Nutrients from the sea that allow humble evergreens to evolve into giant redwoods here in California, just as an example. Trees that protect the streams for another generation of salmon to grow and prosper anew. But in the last few generations, as population and our human population and consumption has risen, we've interrupted that process by destroying the salmon habitat, cutting down the trees, overfishing, and pollution. No human-caused threat to the ocean, however, has been greater than climate change. And we now know about this today. We see it in the news every day, but we've also known for decades. This book was published 35 years ago, and it predicted that by 2020, Miami Beach would be frequently flooded, even in dry weather, and due to sea level rise, and would need to raise the roads and put pumps in its buildings to get rid of all the water. Well, sure enough, 10 years ago, the city of Miami Beach, not Miami, just Miami Beach, which is a small municipality, they spent $400 million to do just that, to raise the roads and put in pumps even for dry weather flooding. And they're going to have to do it again in 2050 if we don't change course. We are running out of time. Up to half of the excess CO2 that's pumped into the air by our tailpipes and our smokestacks is absorbed by the oceans, resulting in a 30% increase in its acidity. Yes, we are powerful enough and foolish enough to change the very chemistry of the ocean, the largest habitat on the planet. And the result is global osteoporosis. Shells can't form, coral is bleached, everything dissolves. And the acidification is also killing plankton and microscopic organisms that sustain mighty whales like JJ. But most worrisome of all, common clams are smaller than ever, quite literally disappearing before our eyes. And we will suffer from that loss because in a recent study, a protein from common clam shells has been found to cure certain cancers. Where do we turn when they're gone? Well, there is hope. That's the message I really want to deliver today. Because hundreds of volunteers came together to rescue that baby gray whale, JJ. People from all walks of life, all ages, all backgrounds. They checked their egos, their agendas, their politics, whatever, at the beach, and they dove right in, quite literally, to rescue a creature in dire need. We can do so again for our oceans, for ourselves. JJ survived a year, by the way, in the wild, a year in captivity, and then in the wild, a few months after her release, my volunteer divers at the time and I saw her swimming northwards in the company of other gray whales. She made it, and so can we, if we take the same approach of working together, which of course is what this organization is all about. Shakespeare said, "There's a tide in the affairs of men which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune, but omitted, and all of life's voyage is bound in shallow miseries and regrets." I pose to you that we are afloat upon such a sea at this moment, and it is only our generation that can determine our future. But here's the good news. We can address climate change and our other sustainability challenges on planet Earth by embracing the most promising economic and job-creating opportunities of the future, especially in the ocean, in the blue economy. And let me introduce you to Alta Sea at the Port of Los Angeles briefly and explain how the solutions to our sustainability and climate challenges are coming from the largest, most productive ecosystem on Earth, the ocean. Now, I had a brief video I was going to show you at this point, but too long, it'll make my remarks too long, so I won't do that. I'll just tell you, April 12th is our next open house. It's a Saturday from 10 to 1. I encourage you to come to Alta Sea and see it for yourself. We always have guest speakers. We have other community groups tabling and explaining what they do for the environment, so I encourage you all to come and see. But we're a nonprofit that took over a 35-acre campus in the Port of Los Angeles with 110-year-old warehouses, and we've raised $35 million. We've just renovated them into a modern blue economy hub for education, workforce training, and importantly, to incubate these businesses in the blue economy, some of which I'll talk about now, that I think are going to power all of our communities here in the very near future. You know, as I mentioned, 70% of the surface of the planet is ocean and only 30% is land. But that doesn't really tell you the whole story, because our land habitats for humans or nature are pretty much what you see on the map, whereas the ocean ecosystems, of course, are thousands of feet deep. So a better comparison might be if you took all of the water of the oceans and put it on the land, you'd have a swimming pool 5 miles deep, so taller than Mount Everest on all of the land on Earth. Gives you a sense of how much more habitat, how much more there is of the ocean for us to use sustainably. And here's an example. Let's consider how we get energy from sewage that would otherwise be dumped into our coastal oceans. After treatment of wastewater, we're left with sludge that's usually sent to landfills. And using modern conversion technology, that sludge can be converted into low-carbon diesel fuel or industrial gases, and the wastewater can be converted into hydrogen instead of using the discharges, instead of taking all of that full of waste and toxins and dumping it into our coastal oceans. These outputs can pay by adapting city infrastructure to rising seas and more intense storms, like that $400 million that Miami Beach had to spend to raise its roads. And then think about this. There's enough hydrogen in the wastewater discharged by our Los Angeles sewage treatments alone that if you did take the hydrogen out of that water, remember H2O, if you took the H2 out of the H2O, you'd have enough to power the entire United States transportation fleet. Now, of course, you wouldn't do that with just our sewage treatment plants, but it tells you that every city that has a sewage treatment plant could be converting that material into something that it could sell through gasoline stations that now have hydrogen as one of their products. I drive a hydrogen car, pull up to a Shell station or a Chevron station, and there's a pump there for hydrogen, so they can stay in the same business. Chevron is here today, and they've been one of our great partners in this hydrogen highway program, and they use a lot of hydrogen for refining their products and for other services. So it's something that uses existing infrastructure and can be derived from a waste product. And we can also use the vast space of our oceans for floating solar farms, for new technology that exploits the reliable temperature changes at various depths of the ocean, and to generate electricity. Recently, we sponsored Senate Bill 605 in the state of California to incentivize wave and tidal energy, and there's now 30 companies that are coming here from all over the world because of that to start setting up their projects. And just this morning, I was at the LA Harbor Commission. That's why I missed your champagne. And was able to testify at the approval of the demonstration project of a company called EcoWave, which it's the one that has the blue floats there in the middle of the bottom page there. They just mount those floats on existing breakwaters and jetties, which are designed to absorb waves. Those floats go up and down, and you can see the silver arm. That's actually kind of like a bicycle pump mounted to the float. So that's creating a certain amount of pressure, hydrostatic pressure, which then is contained in a tank on land. And when you want the electricity, you let the pressure out and it spins the turbine. So you have intermittent renewables stored without a battery and all coming from the waves. So we know that this technology works. We're ready to introduce it here. We also know that aquafarms can be producing kelp. Giant kelp grows as much as 2 feet a day. It's one of the most productive plants on Earth. And we know that you can extract food and fuel, pharmaceuticals, industrial colorants. By the way, you've seen recently the news about our health departments trying to ban chemical colorants from our food because it can be harmful to our health. All of that can come from seaweed, and particularly from kelp. So all of it can be sustainable and healthy. But just as we made a conscious decision to save that whale named JJ, we're making an equally profound and conscious choice of whether we want a full and normal life for ourselves and for our ocean, or whether the quality of life of our children will suffer because of our inaction today. Remember, the planet doesn't care if we're here. 99% of all plant and animal life ever to exist on Earth came and disappeared before the advent of industrial humans. The planet doesn't care if we're here. We're not trying to save the planet. We're trying to save the quality of our life on this planet. So I want to say thank you to everyone at the South Bay Cities Council of Governments for bringing us here together today, because as I said, that's how we're going to solve these problems. And you're already in the mind frame of doing things together. It's going to take a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of mindfulness. But Shakespeare said, "Nature's bequest gives nothing, but doth lend." And so when nature calls thee to be gone, what acceptable legacy canst thou leave? The wonderful work you're doing together here as part of this COG and in your communities is a legacy that even William Shakespeare would be writing poems and plays about if he were alive today. Thank you so much for your attention. Come visit Alta Sea.
Okay, Jackie, Terry, thank you very much, Terry. We appreciate that because we want to make sure that our seas and our eco is taken care of. But Jackie, he said if you talk to him, we can set up a tour. So we might do that. I don't know if you've been out in the harbor there. Their warehouse is huge, and it's got their brand on it. But thank you, Terry. We appreciate you very much for sharing that. Okay, now, looking ahead, how cities in California can lead on climate resilience. So we're going to keep the program going, and we're going to ask Amanda Hanson, who is the Senior Advisor for Climate to Governor Gavin Newsom. So Amanda, please come forward.
Hi, everyone. It's an honor to be here today. I'm just so grateful to have the opportunity to connect with all of you. The vibes in this room are incredible, and I'm just really grateful to Jackie for extending the opportunity to come and connect with all of you. She recommended that I take a little bit of time to walk through California's approach to climate change, just top line. I'm going to zoom out a little bit and talk about California's role globally, but then I'm going to zoom right back into the place where it happens, which is here at the local level. So I'll just start by saying a lot of times in the climate change world, there's a lot of technical words that are used. So I always find it helpful to sort of level set at the beginning of what are we talking about? So climate action is, if you think about a coin, two sides of a coin, you've got stopping the problem, which is reducing our emissions, sequestering, storing carbon. That's called climate mitigation. And then there's adapting to the reality of the impacts of climate change, which are happening at a faster rate than we even expected. And that work is often referred to as climate adaptation or building resilience. And California has a really, really robust strategy for both sides of that coin. And wherever possible, we're wanting to take actions that deliver on both at the same time. So I'll start by talking a little bit about our climate mitigation agenda. California has long focused on reducing our emissions and becoming as clean of an economy as possible. Cleaner air, cleaner water, clean environment. This has been important to Californians forever. And so we're lucky enough to have taken very early action. This is it's been a bipartisan effort in California, which is another thing that people are really proud of here. And that mitigation work really kind of culminates in a new roadmap for achieving our emission reduction targets every 5 years. And this roadmap is it's called the scoping plan. Why? I don't know. But it's our roadmap to carbon neutrality. And it is really ambitious, and it's based on science. So it looks across all different sectors across California's economy and essentially says, okay, what if we did this? What if we did that? How can we put all of this action, plus it up together in energy and transportation, buildings, power, et cetera, all these different sectors. And we use best available science to essentially identify how are we going to get to carbon neutrality by 2045 or earlier if possible. And another technical term, but carbon neutrality essentially means that your sources of emissions and your sinks for emissions are equal. So you don't have any emissions that you aren't handling with sequestration, which typically means you either allow nature to do its thing and you can naturally sequester carbon, or you can do engineered carbon removal where you pull carbon out of the atmosphere. So this scoping plan, we released the most recent version in 2022, and the level of ambition that it calls for is significant, but it is possible. And that's the other thing that I think is important about California's climate change work, is that it is all based on best available science, and our effort to set goals and work toward them is all based on what science tells us is possible. It is ambitious, but it is achievable. And so I think that's a very important point I hope people take away, which is that scoping plan is based on deep technical analysis and work. There's a major public engagement process where we work with industries that are impacted, we work with communities that are impacted, and really kind of come up with what we think is the best strategy and the best approach, which we then update 5 years later as needed, because science changes, technology changes, communities change, et cetera. So that is, in a very high-level nutshell, our work on climate mitigation in California. We also have a state adaptation strategy, and that's essentially our roadmap to being resilient to the impacts of climate change. Both of these strategies are called for, they're required by law, and the state adaptation strategy, we update it every 3 years instead of every 5. And it first started out as almost like a compendium. It was like, water, here's what we're doing to adapt to climate change in the water sector, and agriculture, here's what we're doing to adapt to climate change in the agriculture sector, and buildings, here's what we're doing. And then we stapled it all together and we said, this is our plan. Well, that's not how you actually adapt to climate change, because those things are intersectional, which I'm sure every single person in this room is painfully aware of as you're trying to solve problems that are inherently intersectional. So we really have evolved our state adaptation strategy over time to be reflective of the fact that across all those sectors that I just listed out, they have their own plans and strategies for how to adapt to climate change. And so what we've done over time with that state adaptation strategy is really set 6 sort of North Stars for climate adaptation and resilience in California. What are the outcomes we're trying to achieve? And then we show at a very high level how all those different pieces of the puzzle in water and buildings and agriculture, et cetera, how the work that is underway in those sectors really actually fits together and drives on an overarching state strategy, which is not always easy to see because we do often work in silos. And that's a tension because on the one hand, it's not helpful to work in silos because you duplicate work, you don't deliver the best possible benefits, the list goes on. The other challenge is, of course, that we can't all be experts in everything. And so there's sort of a tension there that I find I struggle with. Anyway, so the state adaptation strategy has evolved quite a bit over time, as has the state's approach to adaptation. As I mentioned, we've got very deep technical strategies and plans across all different kinds of sectors for adapting to climate change, which get rolled up into this state strategy. So that, I want to also point out, that strategy is also based on best available science. I might be incorrect about this, but I'm pretty sure that California is the only state that does some of the climate projection downscaling that the earlier presenters were walking through, that essentially take these global climate models. What is climate change going to bring? What is it going to mean for California through 2100? Well, we have, again, required by law, we have climate change assessments. And that is work that is done with major researchers across the state to understand at a very technical level, but also sort of cross-sector level, what is climate change going to mean for California? What are the impacts going to mean for us? And we downscale those projections across every region of California. So if you go to the California Climate Change Assessments webpage, you'll see the most recent assessment was the 4th climate change assessment. And you can see for your region what is the best available science say is likely to occur in California, in your region of California, out to 2100. And we're in the process of updating the 5th climate change assessment with even newer climate change projections, and that should be rolling out in the next year or so. So I think, again, takeaway is both of these major climate strategies in California are underpinned by a lot of technical and scientific rigor and work that we stand by. So I'm going to just take a moment to zoom out a little bit and say another role that California plays in the climate change space is we are known globally as sort of the tip of the spear, or like the pace car for jurisdictions around the world who are seeking to grow their economy while reducing their emissions, while protecting their residents from the impacts of climate change. And so for many years, we have entered into agreements and partnerships with jurisdictions around the world who, I think in earlier times, it was a lot about, California, how did you do it? We'd like to learn from you. And now it's California, you've done this. We are really interested in that. And by the way, we've done this and you haven't done it. Maybe you'd like to learn a thing or two from us too, which we do. So for example, when the governor went to China in 2023, they've deployed offshore wind. They have a lot of hydrogen. There's a lot of things that we can learn from others, and there's a lot that we can share with others. And as many of the speakers before me have said, we are running out of time. And so rather than us all kind of working in our silos, we can go a lot further together when we share our experiences and our areas of expertise. So this is a major pillar of California's international engagement, and one that I think is going to be necessary in the near term, and one that I think people are going to be looking to California to step up in that space again. I'll just say one other thing about the international piece before I come back to the local is the Paris Agreement called for every single country who's a party to say, okay, here's what I can do for the next 5 years. Here's my commitment. It's called a nationally determined contribution. Here's what I can do. And then everybody's stuff gets all added up. And there's an assessment. Okay, are we close to getting to where we need to go? And this is called a global stock take. And that was the first global stock take was undertaken, I believe, just last year in Dubai. And the answer was, no, we are not close to where we need to be. We need to step up our ambition. And so I share that because in addition to the work that we do at home, it is very important. This is not a problem. We're responsible for like 1% of global emissions. So if we can't work with others and help them get further, faster along, we will suffer. So I think that I want to just kind of make that point that there's real value to California in the work that is done internationally. And I'll bring it back to the local just to say, you know, there's so much that I've been wowed by today, listening to the speakers and just chatting with people in the audience. You know, there's just some sort of really important pillars of your work and your relationships that are what makes us feel hopeful about addressing climate change. You have plans. You have done the work. You know what needs to be done, and you're doing it. That's thing one. You have a spirit of innovation, you know, trying new things early, way before other people would even contemplate such things. That's going to be critical. You know, we're driving really hard on these sectors that we know we need to drive on, but there's a lot of new frontiers in climate action that California is also going to be pursuing. I mentioned hydrogen, you know, sustainable aviation fuel, increasing natural carbon sequestration. We just set a whole bunch of targets for that. There's a lot that requires innovation and a commitment to trying new things. And I can see that that's something that this group has done for a long time. You've weathered a lot of challenges and change over time, which builds trust and credibility, and you know how to do that in the future when more challenges and more change is going to come. And then, you know, you have each other. It's really fun to, you know, see these relationships and the connectivity, and, you know, that you can call people, and, you know, that's how change happens, that sense of community. So I will just sort of close by saying, you know, the opportunity in California is great, and it is because of the actions and the commitments that are made at the local level that then gets rolled up into some state action where we can hopefully help with driving our policies and budgets, et cetera. But you know, your work and level of commitment gets reflected on and appreciated by people all around the world. So I just hope that everyone knows that and feels really proud of it, because you should. And we'll just lastly say, to the extent that, you know, there's ever anything that the state can do to help you drive on your climate priorities, Jackie has our phone number and knows how to get in contact with anyone who needs to be contacted. And we'd love to be as supportive as we possibly can. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to chat. I appreciate it.
Don't go anywhere.
Okay.
We're gonna open up.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Amanda. We really appreciate that. We have a little bit of time, so we have microphones around the room. Anybody has a question for Amanda, just throw it out there. In the back.
I see from your bio that you worked for the White House Council on Environmental Quality. Does that still exist?
I wish I knew the answer. I've been thinking a lot about the people I worked with in the past. I worked at the State Department in Washington, and I also worked at the White House Council on Environmental Quality, and I have been contacted by a number of my former State Department colleagues who have been let go or who took the fork in the road. And I've been reflecting on the fact that, gosh, that could have been me. It would have been me. So I hope it's still there. I don't know.
Anybody else? Don't be shy. Pretty easy group here, huh? There's one. I think there's one in the back there. There's one over here also.
I've noticed that both you and the Altacia have mentioned that they feel that the future is hydrogen.
Oh.
The studies that I've seen indicate that it's going to take a lot of money to build the infrastructure, and it's very costly, and that the future really is electrical. In other words, if you look at cars that are electrical, the electricity is everywhere. Can you comment on the electrical future versus the hydrogen future?
I'll just say at a very high level, we don't see those as either or, that we absolutely need to go electric, but we also have significant use for hydrogen, whether it's vehicles or other industrial uses. So not an either or, more of an and.
I think there's one over here.
How does the deficit impact what you're trying to do?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
How does the deficit, the California deficit, impact what you're trying to do?
Yeah, okay, thanks. I always say to people, is there ever like a normal with the California budget situation? I mean, it just, if one year you have so much money and then you don't, and on the one hand, yes, of course it is, because it's impacting across the board. On the other hand, I just always want to take a step back. Since I started in this role, which was 6 years ago, since the governor came into office, California has invested more than $50 billion in climate action. And I actually think that's a little bit of a low count, personally, because of the way that we slice and dice up the budget. But that is a lot of money. So yes, because you could always use more money, but I think we should all be really proud of the investments that we've made, including most recently through this $10 billion climate bond that the voters passed in November. So yes and no.
Rodney?
Okay. Where do you see like the future of like energy? Is it going to be in wind power, water power, and specifically for California?
I mean, again, all of the above. What's interesting about California that I think is true for other states, but is particularly true for California is, wow, there's so many different regions, and what's going to work in one place really well is not necessarily going to work in another place. So that's another reason why that sort of all of the above strategy is going to be important. But yeah, like when I was ticking through the sectors, every time I do that, I'm like, oh, that's so annoying to be like energy, transportation, because within those sectors, you've got like 50 different categories of things. So it seems kind of unfair to just use like one word to talk about the breadth of work in each of those sectors. So yeah, it's going to be varied is my sense.
David, back in the back.
Hi, Wally Sembab. I spoke this morning. One of the things I was talking about was the necessity of pairing housing development with a mobility strategy. And I know in my neighborhood, but all over, HCD's approach is to give out volumes of housing that you have to build without any clue as to micro-siting or how you put it around some sort of mobility strategy. Transit doesn't work in most places, so the whole idea I mean, in my neighborhood, they're talking about, well, we've been bike lanes. Well, you can put in bike lanes and nobody uses them, so that's not effective. So the whole idea of taking away local control, where the micro-siting could be done intelligently, is actually wrecking neighborhoods. So the whole idea of RENA handing out huge volumes without local control, who can do the micro-siting and maybe do the mobility component of it, is destructive to our quality of life. So what's the chances we can change that process?
I'm not sure I heard you correctly, so I'm sorry. It's hard for me to hear up here.
It's hard to hear you up here unless you speak.
I think what you're asking is, how can California housing be placed more strategically around mobility, transportation options? Is that right?
Problem when I was up there, so I know just what you're saying. It's very hard to hear what the questions are. I'm saying that HCD hands out volumes that cities have to absorb. At the same time, they're taking away local control, and it's the local control that could do the micro-siting and come up with a mobility strategy. The fair share allocation, which says everybody has to take something. Can you hearing this? Because I know it's a problem.
I don't understand.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess not. Look.
Answer's no.
Here, does this help at all if I stand up?
I think I just need to get away from that.
Yeah. Yeah, it is really hard. I know that. I'm saying HCD's practice is to hand out volumes of housing that you have to build, where that wrecks neighborhoods unless there's an effective mobility strategy for handling the trips that it develops. And that really should be done at the local level through micro-siting decisions that HCD doesn't deal with. And it's at the same time eliminating local control. This strikes me as ruining our quality of life. It is in my neighborhood, and I'm sure it is throughout the South Bay. So this just, when there's pushback against this stuff, the easy thing to say is, well, it's in NIMBY, not in my backyard. Well, the issue is, not anybody's backyard, it's just a bad idea. So what's the chances we have of affecting HCD's policies going forward?
Sorry.
Answer's still no.
Yeah, no, I mean, the answer is really actually, I don't know. I'm not super familiar with HCD's specific policies. That's not really my area of expertise, but I can commit to you to going and talking to my colleagues. Every single agency has a climate point of contact. So I work really closely with the BCSH because she sits at the agency level. I work really closely with her. And so I can commit that I will go back and I will talk to her about it and maybe follow up with Jackie and her team because it's just, I'm sorry, I just don't know a lot about that issue. Okay, I'll follow up with you directly. Sorry.
Stop causing trouble, Wally. Okay, we'll take one last question.
All right. My question is, because we talk about climate and clean energy, right? But then we have the California Utility Commission that does not fall in the same path as the governor's climate policy, because they are such a big bureaucracy and they being hamp us, especially with the CCAs, because I'm part of the board of the Clean Power Alliance, that they go with the fossil fuel and Edison against the CCAs.
Okay, I'm not going to get into the politics of the CPUC and the CCAs, et cetera, but I will gently push back and just say that I do think that the CPUC is driving in the same direction as the governor's agenda. They have a very hard job, and they're inheriting a lot of, or I shouldn't say they, but the current people who are working at the CPUC are inheriting a long history that is, I think, challenging to inherit. So on the one hand, I hear you that sometimes it feels like there's a tension, but on the other hand, I will say that they're major team partners and very committed to the commitments that we've made on climate and clean energy in California, and they are driving toward that. So I hear you. Okay.
Thanks,
All
Amanda.
right, thank
we
you.
Didn't know that, we didn't mean to throw you under the bus.
Yeah, that's all right.
Thank you very much.
Expected it. All right,
We
take
appreciate
care.
you. Thank you. Okay, but Amanda, thank you so much. We appreciate you. And although there is a long road ahead, through collaboration and strategic investments by the state, cities throughout the South Bay and the rest of California can help prepare for a more resilient future. And Amanda, tell the governor that the COG would like some funding, so just send us some money. Okay? Just saying. Okay. So we're almost at the end of our program, so I'd like to bring back Mike Jenkins to the podium, and he's going to moderate our last group of panelists. Now, we've heard the past, we've seen some of the future, and the present. Now we're going to look into the future. So we're going to have this last group of panelists, and you'll see what I mean by our future. So please welcome up Mike as we bring up our panels. And our panelists.
Okay. When I was asked to moderate this panel, I thought this was a really cool idea. I'd never really seen something like this before, and I think you're going to really enjoy and appreciate this. All these folks here work for the COG. They are the people who do the work. They are the folks who get things done. And what better way to end this General Assembly than to ask these folks, okay, you've sat through all these panels and all these speeches today. What do you think? What are your reactions? What do you think is a priority? What do you think we can do? How do you think we can meet the challenges that we face? So, without further ado, I would like to ask each of the panelists from right to left, my right to left, our right to left, to introduce themselves. Tell us a little bit about what you do, you're at the COG, your title, and they'll go down the panel, and then we'll ask some questions and see if we can't have a conversation. Okay? So.
Cool. Hi, everyone. I'm Ann Tsai. I'm a transportation project coordinator with the COG. I work on our mobility programs, including implementation of the local travel network, and then I also help to manage our Measure R and Measure M transportation funding.
Hello, I'm Eleanor Murphy. I'm an energy efficiency project coordinator with the South Bay Cities COG. I graduated from UCLA with a degree in environmental science. I did not grow up in California, so that's also a different sort of context that I bring. And I work on our energy and sustainability programs.
Hi, everyone. My name is Miranda Wirtz. I'm a project coordinator with the homeless services team at the South Bay Cities COG. I'm from the Bay Area. I went to UC Berkeley for undergrad and studied public health, and I also completed my master's of public health at UCLA.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jake Romoff. I'm also a project coordinator at the COG. I work on transportation, land use, and digital. I attended UCLA along with Ann and Eleanor. And along with Ann, I work on some of our mobility projects, such as the local travel network that you all heard about today. And I'm very proud to say I work on our fiber network, which some very exciting things happening.
How's it going? My name is Zoran Trifunovic. I'm a recent graduate from UC Santa Cruz, and I'm also a Civic Spark Fellow. I've been with the COG for like 6 or 7 months now, and I work with outreach. I work closely with the community. I engage a lot with the public, the volunteer program, and I also work with the communications.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Kevin Trung, and I am also a Civic Spark Fellow with the South Bay Cities COG. I also graduated from UCLA, go Bruins. And I am work with the COG specifically with Eleanor on the energy efficiency programs with our public agencies, and I'm also supporting with our upcoming greenhouse gas emissions inventories for our cities.
All right, thanks. Yeah. it's not lost on me or the audience that you're all pretty young. And you've been hearing from a lot of older people all day. And so I'm interested in hearing from you about your reactions as a younger person to what you've been hearing today in terms of, do you have a different approach to some of these issues that you're working on? Do you think that you're hearing the right solutions? Do you think that we older people need to be more sensitive to a different perspective that you're coming from? And do you think that there are ways to make government and governance more accessible to young people like yourselves? So jump in.
Sure. I guess I can start by just talking about that last point about making government more accessible to a younger generation. And especially when it comes to local government. I think our generation follows federal government a lot closer than they follow local government, and we are very knowledgeable and passionate about those issues. But when it comes to local government, we often don't know the things around our neighborhoods that we see every day and how that's impacted by local government. Students don't necessarily understand the bike lanes they take to school is local government. The solar panels that power the community centers they play basketball in is local government. And so it's really a marketing issue, in my opinion, of how local governments can better advertise the things they do on a daily basis that impact the residents and the students, younger people, that they take advantage of every day.
I agree to sort of piggyback off of what Jake was saying. I think that there's sort of a negative inverse approach to social media, where social media has allowed this global transformation and communication to happen. And I'll say at least I spend a lot of time on social media. And so I see a lot of global issues and federal issues, and we pay attention to laws and legislation. We pay attention to social issues and climate issues affecting people all over the world, and then we're less likely to see things in our own area. I didn't think I really appreciated the local government where I grew up, nor where I went to school, until I started working at the COG and seeing the real impacts. And I understand that there are some maybe privacy issues to being on TikTok and things like that, or the quick-moving nature of social media, but I definitely think that that is a great way to reach out to young people, and something that I've been thinking about, working with communications with the COG and consuming media in that way, and seeing my peers really advocate for global issues on social media, that would be a really effective way to handle local issues, and something that we haven't really heard about today to speak to the question. So yeah, that's something I wanted to bring up.
Yeah, I'd also like to add to that, I feel like there's also this sentiment, when I was younger of like, oh, I'm not 18 yet, I can't vote, so what's the point? And I think also electeds and others may have that same perspective of they can't vote, but they're part of your community. They're gonna be your future constituents, and they should learn how to be involved in local government. So there should be more opportunities for youth engagement where they are brought to the table as important voices to be heard, so that you know that their values, their opinions are heard, and that they are valuable members of your community, even if they can't vote, but they can still contribute, and that will slowly start to bring in more engagement as well.
I think engagement is always, it's super important, but also just education itself is super important. When I was younger, I didn't even really know how local government functioned. I'm not even gonna say when I was younger. I think up until like 4 years ago, I didn't know how local government functioned. And then now getting more involved in it, you can really see that community change can happen, even from just yourself. And that is like, the younger generation doesn't really see that, I think, because we're mostly just seeing federal politics and federal issues on social media and stuff. So there has to be a good way to communicate it and help engage the public, and just, teach the public and the youth about what's going on.
I've lived in the South Bay my entire life. I had no idea what the South Bay City's Council of Governments was, much less the representatives that were, on the city council in the city that I was living in. until I started working here and started to slowly learn the process of how decisions are made and how local government really has probably the largest impact on our day-to-day lives. I wanted to give a shout out to the City of El Segundo. I stumbled upon their mock city council where they partnered with El Segundo high school students, and the students worked on projects studying projects that were happening within the city, and then they pretended that they were on the council and they made motions. So I think that was a very good exercise for high school students who are not yet able to vote to really study the issues that the city was working on and the projects and initiatives that came out of that, and to present those to the actual city council.
Yeah. Your comments all really resonate with me, having spent a career in local government and understanding that local government meetings, city council meetings, are where the real democracy happens, where real citizen participation happens, where people really can, as you put it, influence and affect the decisions that are being made that affect their quality of life. And they may not be as sexy as, you know, international relations or immigration or some of the big issues on the national level, but nonetheless, city council meetings can be really interesting places to see how self-government and democracy really work. So I really appreciate the fact that you agree with that. And I know most of the city council members here prefer that their meetings not be all that exciting. But, you know, sometimes they are. So you got a chance to listen to the panels today. What impacted you most? Is there one thing that you want to say you learned, or something that impacted you, or something that's caused you to think some more about what you do?
One that really stuck with me, and I think it's very specific to the youth, the younger generation, but both Wally and Dan touched on it, is no more legacy policies and no more like ingrained habits that we're just going to continue following. There is, of course, change that needs to be made, and there's things that have, it might be hard to do, and no one wants to move from the, you know, comfortable stagnantness, but if you want change, you of course have to go away from the status quo.
Yeah. Oh.
Sorry. What really stuck with me was the not business as usual approach, as well as the not one size fits all approach that multiple speakers touched on today. Because even if a solution doesn't work for you, your constituents, your family, et cetera, that doesn't mean it won't work for your neighbor even. And so understanding like the needs of different people, and I think a lot of people touched on that. I even see that when the programs that I'm, you know, working on in my day-to-day are for homeowners or multifamily property owners, but I know that I'll be renting for a very long time. And so how to sort of apply different projects to different types of people is something that stuck with me, as well as just the aspect of resiliency and preparing for disasters, large and small, you know, the landslides that occurred in our area, the wildfires that occurred nearby, and making sure that we're resilient and not just, you know, retroactively fixing those communities, but really preparing ourselves across the board for all that's to come, because we know what's to come, so we just have to prepare for it.
I would say for me, one of the biggest themes that I took away from this is the importance of breaking down silos in government. There's so much intersectional approaches that need to be taken to our initiatives. Things like land use influence transportation, which influence sustainability, which then comes back to influence land use. And taking a step back to look at all these projects we are doing at the city level, at the state level, and how they play into each other rather than existing in an individual silo will allow them to not only complement each other, but make the entire program, the entire region better as a whole.
Well, now you just heard earlier, a few moments ago, a criticism of the state in terms of how the state is approaching local governments with respect to housing and the need for more housing and more affordable housing. That criticism, in essence, was a criticism that the state's approach is too siloed, that it's too unidimensional, that it's depriving local agencies of their ability to develop solutions that are more local, more attuned to their particular localities. And that, I think that criticism is legitimate, And I think that state housing policy has very serious problems, and it is the issue of the day, particularly among many of the cities that are represented here. At the same time, a lot of cities are very parochial in their view of issues, including housing issues. And so my sense is that the state legislature feels it's necessary to make cities less parochial and more open to looking at solutions that, that might cause them to change, cause their communities to change in ways that maybe they don't want. And so I'm curious to know what your thoughts are about that, because you deal with these issues in terms of the relationship between the state and the cities that are represented by this COG. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think it is important for the state to set innovative and ambitious guidelines, but I think it's also critical that they keep in mind the capacity of cities to be able to enact on these policies that are being handed down. Part of the beauty of working with the COG is we are able to take up the mantle a bit where the cities don't necessarily have the budget, the time, or the resources to do these higher level innovative projects. And I think when the state does hand down policy, they need to keep in mind all that they are asking of their cities and the ability to keep up with that while at the same time trying to create the best environment for their residents.
Other thoughts about that issue? Not just on housing, but whatever.
Yeah, so I actually work in housing projects for homeless services, identifying affordable housing, not just for people who are experiencing homelessness, but also people who just have lower income that are living in our communities who can't afford to live here, so they have to live farther away, and then they have to drive in their cars, producing emissions, driving 25 miles to get to work. And so there are a lot of big issues in addressing housing. And I think one thing that has come up as I've been hearing cities talk about RENA and these other housing plans, especially as La Casa, the Affordable Housing Agency, is now getting up and running and starting to distribute funds, is like, what are cities going to do? Because we have RENA, but there's also this housing market and the cost of building housing, all these things that are not in the control of cities. It's part of the market. So I think that when the state is creating these guidelines, there are also these limitations that need to be considered, and we need to be more engaged. The state needs to be more engaged with local municipalities to think, okay, we would like this goal, but we recognize that there are these barriers. Let's have a conversation and find that middle ground together.
Go ahead.
I feel like this was a hot topic or not a hot topic, but every single speaker has mentioned that change comes from the community. And if the state does, or my opinion is, if the state does want to come in and, help try to facilitate change, you don't do that from state down to you have to go from state to the community members that actually know what is going on in that community. And then you can trickle it down into, the community members, the residents. I think that's a big thing.
On to that, it's not just informing people after it's happened, but involving them in the decision-making process to get that buy-in, because that also can't really happen after the fact.
I think if there's one key theme that I've taken away from this General Assembly, it's that collaboration is key to pretty much everything we do. I think all of the area actions from building more affordable housing to mixed-use development will not all require input from people of all types, include lifting, sorry, I'm getting lost on words, but I guess the point is that the more voices that we include, the more accurate picture that we'll have in terms of what actions we can do to improve our communities. So.
If you were to try to think forward 10 years or 20 years in your specific area of specialty, what would you envision as being possible? What change, what would look different in the South Bay than it looks today? What would be the ideal change, and what do you think is realistic? And in that time frame, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years?
I can start with energy. So first of all would be making sure that the energy systems that we're using are efficient, because if they are not efficient, then that is ultimately more expensive for the ratepayer, for the city, for the community members. So if our energy systems begin to get more efficient as we're working towards, then that will be not only reduce our emissions, but also reduce our bills. And then, as I was talking about just being resilient to the types of issues that face Southern California, for example, wildfires, droughts and storms, as well as heat waves, there are minimum temperature laws in California, but no maximum temperature laws. So that means that houses are required to have heating systems so it can't get below a certain temperature, but they're not required to have cooling systems. So I've even experienced in my apartments as I've lived in Westwood, Redondo Beach, and Mar Vista that they get extremely hot, uncomfortably so, and I have the good fortune of being able to drive to the beach or stay with a friend or something when it gets too hot, but not everybody has those same privileges, and people are really getting harmed by heat waves year after year. And so we can't just give everybody an air conditioning unit, right? That goes back to the energy efficiency piece. Those produce harmful forever chemicals as well as use a lot of electricity. So we need to create energy efficient cooling systems as well as resiliency centers to allow people to travel to. And I realize I'm sort of going all over the place here. There's like a lot of things that are coming to my mind at once, but those are sort of, the beginnings, the energy efficient systems as well as the resiliency centers to protect against these extreme conditions that we will continue to face.
And will get worse, right? Right, okay. I want each of you to respond in your own particular area, so go ahead.
In the transportation sector, I have a few dreams for the South Bay. One of my dreams is that in the future that the residents here do not need to own a full-size car to get around, and that there is a redundancy in the options that we have to move from one place to the other. Right now, pretty much, if you don't live near any transit, then you have to drive, and that's not really the freedom that I'm picturing for the future here. I also dream that we can take a one-seat transit ride to LAX, to the west side. I hope that happens in my lifetime, and in all of your lifetimes too. Yeah, I just want to be careful that we don't mistake EVs as the one-size solution to our emissions issues and to our mobility issues. It's like what Dan Sturges was saying, we're like eating soup with a shovel. There has to be better ways, more options, and I really think that we can start transforming our transportation systems, starting with the Olympics. I think that the Olympics has the potential to completely change our systems overnight, like it did when we went into lockdown in 2020 for the pandemic. And so there's so many legacy projects that could happen, that can stay in place after the Olympics are over, and that will make it easier, more accessible to get around LA.
One thing that I think is super important is that if someone thinks about the environment, they shouldn't be an environmentalist. I think hopefully in 5 or 10 years, everyone should just always be conscious of what's going on with the environment and their relationship with the environment. I mean, everything's involving the environment no matter what you're doing. So the segmentation of humans and what we have in the environment, hopefully people can just understand how important it is to everyday functions, and that goes hand in hand with education and public outreach, and just teaching generations about where we come from and what the environment does for us.
I have a lot of thoughts. Would love to see more mixed use zoning, because wouldn't it be nice to just leave your house and then walk 10 minutes to the grocery store and then be able to walk back and like not have to get in your car. And then you have a park next door. And then it brings in this whole element of like our whole community is walkable. It reduces emissions. It increases, healthy outcomes because you're getting in your steps. You're reducing emissions, so you're not breathing in toxins every day. So I think for me, as somebody who has been in the public health field as well for a really long time, is this health component is maybe missing from this conversation that we've been having of when we're thinking about developments and land use and transportation. Making things accessible and walkable has so many benefits beyond just being more convenient. That has real, tangible, positive health outcomes. And then, I would love to have a good train system in LA County. I know it's like really hard, but as we said, business as usual, we got to throw that out the door and try something innovative and new, and having a great train system would be so awesome. I would love to not sit on the freeway for an hour.
I think one vision that I would have for the South Bay is one where I think people find government work to be fun or even sexy, or like basically having an empowered population that's engaged with the work that local government is doing, that civic service that we are doing to make a positive impact on communities. And I think the emphasis, adding on to that, I think there should be emphasis on making sure we are actually reaching out to every single person. As a personal example, my dad he primarily speaks Vietnamese, and he also doesn't use the internet. So with my point in that, it's like, how do you reach out to different populations? And making sure that everyone's voice is included, that we can incorporate everyone's feedback and see that their impact is leading to results in their community.
For me, kind of to mirror what Ann was saying, I would like to see less cars on the street, whether that's just congestion or more people taking transit. Either way works for me. There is not a one-size-fits-all for our mobility. I agree with what Dan and what Wally were saying about that internal combustion 4,000-pound vehicle isn't necessary when 70% of trips in the South Bay are less than 3 miles. 28% of U.S. Greenhouse gases come from transportation, and that's an easy fix, and that's solutions we have now, and maybe it does go against the status quo of what we're used to, but it's a change that needs to be made. Micromobility is one of the things that we heavily focus on, and it's very popular in the South Bay, and I'd like to see a big increase in that. And another thing I'd like to touch on that I'd like to see is digital. I work on our fiber network, and the intersectional applications of digital infrastructure and digital skills is not only empowering disadvantaged communities, but it helps with public health. If somebody can log on to a computer, talk to their doctor, or take skills training from the access of their home on their free time, it lifts people out of a dire situation, and it helps bring equity and economic development to the region. So those are kind of the two things that I would really love to see fully threshed out and developed.
So, you guys are very well informed. Are you optimistic or pessimistic?
About that when it relates to engaging youth in these issues as well, because I'll be honest, studying environmental science was one of the most depressing degrees you could get, having taken those classes in the past 5 years. And so it's easy to feel like there's no light at the end of the tunnel, to say to yourself, it seems like we've already dug ourselves into this hole and there's no way out, so might as well use the plastic straw, I might as well drive myself around, just myself. But I think that's also how young people feel like their voice doesn't matter in local government or elsewhere. They feel like the future is set in stone. So I think empowering ourselves and empowering people younger than us to realize that there is room for change and that our opinions do matter and can make that change is really important, because it is really easy to be pessimistic about these issues, but that is ultimately what will lead to that demise. We need to remain optimistic, even if I don't feel like that every single day.
I think Eleanor spoke very wonderfully on that. I think just adding on to that, I think with this General Assembly, we celebrated or promoted a lot of like potential solutions and a lot of wins that the South Bay has achieved. And I think it's in part a matter of celebrating these wins. I think we're all working in this space and we're aware of it, but if we were to pull an average person from the street, do they know of like the successes that we've accomplished, right? And so it's a matter of communicating all these successes, big and small, and basically just trying to show that, yes, we are making a change. We are capable of making change, and we can keep doing that. So.
I could say I fought back and forth with how the news goes day by day. But like we've all been saying, community and collaboration is like the one, light at the end of the tunnel. These problems are and feel so big a lot of the times, and it's hard to wrap your head around it and think, oh God, it's too big. There's not anything that like I can do on my own to fix this. So like I'm just gonna check out and not do anything. But there are things that we can do on the local level. Like we have powers as individuals, as community members, as parts of communities to create change, to get involved in advocacy. That's something I did in the Bay Area, participating in Sunrise Movement and advocating for greater climate action, continuing to advocate on public health issues as we're seeing with wildfires. Like that was really painful, I think, for all of us to watch and see our community hurt, but then also seeing how LA County came together to support each other, that like, yes, we have these huge problems that seem insurmountable, but you have your neighbors, you have all of LA County there to like support you and come together. And so just keeping in mind that that network is there and reaching out to it when you need it makes me more optimistic.
I kind of want to mirror a little bit of what Eleanor said, and I am positive, and I think that our local governments can play a large role in making other people positive, especially younger people. As what has been said by Miranda and Eleanor as well, is especially with the age of social media and getting information every 5 seconds, even less than that, it's very easy to focus on the negatives, on the downsides, the policies you don't agree with, the catastrophes, but there's also so much you can do. And during my time at UCLA, when I was thinking about, okay, it's COVID, I want to get out in my community and try and do something, I didn't necessarily turn to local government. I turned to clubs on campus. I turned to charities or volunteer opportunities that I could work with. And I think that is a great position that local government could potentially fill, of making the younger generation feel that this is a way they can get involved and make a significant impact. And there are great organizations, nonprofits out there that you can be a part of, but local government's really where you can see the impact that you are working towards. And I think it would make a lot of more people feel that they have a positive impact on what they are doing, and hopefully a positive perception of the future if they can be a part of that process, and that can all start with local government.
Did I get everybody on that question? No? Okay.
I'll add one more thing in. I think I'm also optimistic with how the future looks. Obviously, we need big change, and obviously we're not in the best area right now in terms of climate and sustainability. But I think just the fact that at a General Assembly, the main topic is sustainability, it would not look like that probably 20, 30 years ago. So that shows that, it is it's something that we are taking serious, and, local government is what's going to drive the community change that we've all been saying. So I think it will turn for the positive eventually, soon.
Okay, so we got a lot of optimists here on the panel, which is good, because you're the future, and you need to be optimistic. Working for the COG, you know very well that what the member cities have in common is geographic location. We are in the same sub-region, okay? Beyond that, the cities are very different, right? Inglewood is very different from Rolling Hills, right? Torrance is very different from El Segundo. Cities, they're different demographics, the land values are different, availability of mass transportation is different, a lot of differences. So I'm gonna ask you an unfair question because your bosses are probably in the room, but go ahead, I promise you there will be no repercussions for you answering frankly. And the question is, how well do you think the COG does in bringing together representatives of these very different cities who've got only this one thing in common, that they're adjacent, they're close to each other, and reconciling some of these differences and addressing some of these issues, not just in housing, which is the most obvious one, but in general. Do you think the COG does a good job of it? Could it do a better job? And what could it do better?
I'm actually very impressed with the turnout that we get at our board meetings, steering committee, transportation committee, and all of our working groups that I happen to staff throughout the month. And so we get representation from some regular people. And it really encourages me because yes, our cities are so diverse and they have very different priorities, but everybody comes to the table, or for the most part, people show up. For the last 2 months, I think Transportation Committee attendance has really shot up, and I'm thankful for that. Thank you all for coming. And yeah, and it's also nonpartisan, which I appreciate. You know, a lot of the hubbub that we see on social media from the federal level is just very, very partisan, and that can be just super polarizing, but it's not that way, I think, here in the South Bay. I think the leaders here in our cities are very committed to coming together as a region and participating on these sub-regional issues that we have to take together.
I think one of the beauties of the COG is that while all the cities may not face the same issues, they can learn from the way each other handle those problems. One example I can think of, for example, is working on our local travel network. I remember Ann and I were doing a presentation to the steering committee, just giving updates. And while the local travel network may not have a large presence on the peninsula, I spoke to one of our council members, who's actually right there following the meeting, about how e-bike safety, which is a micromobility component, was a big issue in her neighborhood. And although they're not getting the local travel network, this sparked a conversation that was relevant to their community, and now their school district just passed an e-bike sticker program to require education for those who ride those vehicles. So one issue that maybe wasn't relevant to her sparked a conversation and a discussion that ended up in policy in her community that is making it safer and a better place. So I think the COG is what brings those people together to start those conversations.
So I'll say that a lot of the programs we work with target or aim to target people in underserved communities because they are people who have historically not received access to the same opportunities and programs as other communities have through many different intersectional issues. So a lot of programs will work to first identify and work with DAC communities or disadvantaged communities. But sometimes that Cal EnviroScreen 4.0 status doesn't take into consideration that, for example, El Segundo might be income rich but pollution burdened from the airport, or that some of the peninsula cities might be like real estate rich but income poor. And so there's a lot of different context that we need when we're talking about all of our cities, from the beaches to inland, from the airport to the peninsula. And I think that it's important that the COG has that context and we're able to, you know, pass that knowledge on. So for example, a program that we're beginning is we're working with the a private organization and a organization in San Joaquin Valley. And so they came to us with a list of communities that they wanted to target, and we were able to tell them, we were able to expand upon that list and give them the regional context and knowledge that we have to pinpoint other communities that they didn't see in their Cal EnviroScreen data that we know from our on-the-ground work will make the biggest impact. And of course, our hope is that once we serve those underserved communities, we do it fast enough that we have time and resources to give those same resources to other communities. So I would say that the COG does a good job of that, and I've definitely learned from our bosses at the COG how to have that like regional context and make sure that we are understanding what each city needs and how we can really find the intersections.
I will add on the homeless services side of things. I think we do a great job. There's always room to improve and to bring in new voices. But in homeless services, homelessness has no boundaries. This is a regional problem, and so we work really hard to bring in the voices from the different jurisdictions so we can collaborate on supporting the unhoused residents in the South Bay altogether. We recognize that different cities have different needs for people experiencing homelessness in their region, but as the COG, we are then able to coordinate and collaborate across jurisdictions to make sure that every city has the resources that they need and that we're all communicating together to solve the problem.
All right, folks, so you don't often get the opportunity to ask a question of a group of 6 really smart young people who think a lot about public policy issues. Does anybody have a question you'd like to ask? Yes, Ray.
Thank you, sir. An impressive group. Thank you for being here. I certainly didn't have my stuff together when I was as young as you all are. So thank you for being participants in solutions and not just complaining. So you're action focused. And my question to you is, you made a point about you stumbled across a TikTok video of student council being involved with a city council meeting. Our challenge is, because we hear it from adults who are engaged or not engaged, and we have a tough time getting our message out to them. I didn't know the city was doing this. We've all dealt with that, right? We didn't know, we didn't hear until we're doing it. How can we, you're the mayors, council members, city managers of every city within our region, how do we better communicate everything that's going on and some of the decisions that we need to make?
I can start. I actually took a class in my master's program about how do we build awareness in health communications. And I think the biggest thing to recognize is that people from different age demographics get their information from different places. So flyers are not going to work for everybody. Podcasts may work for some people and not the others. So pinpointing the age group or the group of people that you want to communicate with and looking for the data, because the research is out there about what forms of media do they access. I think that's really useful, but always face-to-face is helpful as well. But yeah, everybody communicates in different ways, so that's one thing that I learned.
Do I think? Yeah. I think one of the key strategies, at least for the younger generation, is approaching them and making them ambassadors of what you are trying to get out there. A great example I can think about is Manhattan Beach was trying to promote e-bike safety in their schools, and what they did is they made a collection of advertisements or public safety announcements that included high school kids. The high school kids wrote them, they were the actors, they went to assemblies, and they spoke about them. And by making them ambassadors of the problem, they were able to connect with peers on their level and spread the message how they know it will be received because they're the ones who are talking about it.
I agree that with what both Miranda and Jake said about different forms of communication. as well as engaging with schools. I really enjoyed seeing the Hawthorne High School students that were here that made murals coasters. I think it's also about where people are going, because I know at the COG sometimes we'll do a lot of messaging at city halls and community centers, but before working at the COG, I never went to a community center or a city hall, but where I would go is the Hermosa Beach Pier, or maybe a local church, or those spots that you probably live in the area too, that that people frequent when they might not frequent the senior center or the library even, which I wish that more people went to libraries. But anyways, sometimes those places that people feel comfortable are not municipal owned, and so using those locations to send messaging as well as social media and other things that we were talking about.
I think outreach it's super hard, but you can do it. It's a lot of work, but you have to pinpoint, once again, what demographic you want to reach. If it is an older generation, then you go to the community centers like the library or the civic hall or the senior center. I know I've dropped off a lot of flyers and materials at places across the South Bay, and it does actually, garner numbers in terms of whatever you want. Maybe it's to get an event going or something. But maybe you're looking for kids, then you have to look towards the schools, or if you're looking for teens, you have to look at social media, or like adults, you go and e-blast it in emails. There's just there's so many different forms to get engagement, especially with outreach. But just the work, you just have to go about doing every single method, or just knowing where you're trying to pinpoint it.
Any other question from the audience? Anybody would like to? Yeah, we got one right there. Give that gentleman the microphone.
Me? Oh.
Oh, we'll go there first. Okay.
Hi there. First of all, you are incredibly articulate, well-informed, and for me, the most inspiring thing I've heard all day today. As a longtime youth advocate, okay, you've touched on it. What you need to do is to inspire our youth, to get them to be civically engaged and know that their voices can be heard and they can make a difference. I'd like to apologize for the boomer generation for having screwed up the planet so much, okay? And then now saying, I'm counting on you and it's your responsibility to fix it. I say that flippantly, but honestly, you can use social media and you can use other things, but you need to be there in person. They need to see you, and they need to have the opportunity to engage with you and understand how they can make a difference. Careers in public service is so important. And so every one of you was just absolutely so inspiring, and I'm challenging the COG to create events for these Civic Spark Fellows to go and speak to youth at all levels to get them inspired and motivated. So there isn't a question here, just a thank you.
Okay, we have this young man here has a question. Go ahead.
Hi, so I'm a high schooler in Rancho Palos Verdes, and I'm on the youth advisory committee with a group of other high schoolers, and I'm really inspired by what you guys do and how you guys do it. And my question is, well, first, thank you. And then my question is, what do you guys see as for mobility, after the COG? How has this organization helped you in public service and things like that?
I'll use both of that comment, which thank you, and this question to also give a shout out to the Civic Spark program. So Anne and I were part of the program last year, and Zoran and Kevin are currently part of the program. So it's an AmeriCorps program, so Peace Corps in America. And the Civic Spark program itself offers jobs to young people mostly, or people trying to transition their careers in the environmental field. So that's how we were introduced to the COG and now still work here. So I'll give a shout out to that program. And I think that, it is hard the job market's really tough right now. So also if you want young people helping out your social media, I know a lot of people who need jobs that are my age. So definitely hire more young people if you have money. But I think that working at an organization like this and seeing, especially if you're from this area and you end up working in local government, then you'll already have that on the ground knowledge that's really valuable. So I encourage you to, connect with the people here today and figure out ways that you can be involved in your community, which I'm already glad to see you here today. But yeah, that wasn't super answering your question, but just something I wanted to say.
Yeah. I second everything that Eleanor said. I think the Civic Spark program is excellent. It also invests in professional development for new grads like us. So not just throwing you into a sector that you've never participated in before, but really giving you the skills and building you up, and then giving you a network for your next role, or building that cohort of people who will continue to work in this field for the foreseeable future. And so, yeah, I think I see the potential of us leaning on those connections. So I think you're already being very proactive by being here, and I just encourage you to continue to make those connections.
All right, last question. By a show of hands, how many of you would consider running for elective office sometime in your life? What? All right, well, you role models out there need to do a better job of role modeling, I would say. All right, with that, I want to give a big thanks to Ann, Eleanor, Jake, Kevin, Miranda, and Zoran. Thank you very much.
Okay, again, thank you, panel. We really appreciate you. This is our future. And if you weren't impressed right now, there's something wrong with you, because these young people, they work for the COG. I see them every time I'm there, and they're so dedicated. The COG it doesn't have enough office space for them. So we've got young people on desks with laptops in the hallways, and they work tirelessly to make sure that we're getting the right information, that they're representing us, and that they're doing all the right things. Now, I'm going to tell you guys, nobody raised their hand about being a council person or a politician, but we all at one point in this room said, no, not me. So, you never say never, because there'll come a time. So, Mike, again, thank you to the panel, and Eleanor, Jake, Kevin, Miranda, and Zoran. Thank you so much. Continue what you do. Now, it's kind of funny that they all mentioned their schools, right? There was a bear theory there, because Cal's a bear and the Bruins are bears. So I don't know what Santa Cruz is. Are you guys? Yeah. But for all the Trojans in the house, we're really sorry. We'll make it up next year. All right. So it is important for city and community leaders to hear from voices like this, because this is the youth of our country, our cities of South Bay. They represent us very well, and we're so happy. And so the COG is fortunate to have these young people. A couple of things that they mentioned was how do we get youth involved? Some of your cities have youth commissions. They're the kids that want to know about what happens in their cities. Get them involved. I belong to Kiwanis International, and our motto is that we sponsor youth. We teach them how to be leaders. Those are other programs that we can get our youth involved in to progress into government. So thank you. Okay, we're pretty much back on time again. So I want to thank you all for coming, because it's closing remarks. Thank you for coming and being a part of this very special event. And we hope that you have found the information of the past, present, and future provided today interesting and valuable. Now, remember, this is really important. I can't stress this enough. Please remember to hand in your completed evaluation sheet. Evaluation sheet, it's important. Fill it out. There's South Bay COG staff everywhere, or you can leave it at the front registration desk. when you leave your lanyard at the desk also, because we reuse those. So thank you again to all of our speakers and our sponsors. Don't forget, there's a certificate for all of our sponsors at the registration desk. Make sure you pick them up. But before you go, guess what time it is? Oh yeah, it is Dodger baseball day, right? Opening day. How'd the Dodgers do? Are we winning? Gator Hoops over here because March Madness. But get your raffle tickets out, please, because before you go, we have a lot of really great things that we're going to give away because you have to be here. So if you look around, there's a lot of seats that are vacant. That gives you a better chance to win. So before we end, we're gonna, and I promise I shook them up. All right, here's our first one. 458176. 458176. Cackley, thank you.
What does she get?
Whatever you want to give her. There's no rhyme or reason. We'll just give you whatever we give you. Oh. All right, next one. Okay, here we go. 456333. 456333, right there. Four, 5, 6, 186. 186. 186, right there. Right there. Okay, we got 458, 452. 452. Did they go home early? 452? Okay, next one. 346. 346. Don't be shy. We promise not to embarrass you. 235. 235. They're all the same. 458, 235. A winner. How many more we got? How many more? This last one?
No.
Oh. Okay. I'll do it again. 458, 254. 254? Right there. And this is our last one. $265. 265. They went to In-N-Out? All right, that's good. 353. 353.
Oh, wait, right here.
All right, got our last one. Okay, thank you again to all our speakers, to all our sponsors for making this possible. Thank you for attending. We have accomplished 30 years, and you've seen what we've accomplished, and we're looking forward to the exciting programs, projects to keep the South Bay and the place alive, to work and play, continuing our city's collaboration through the South Bay COG, making investments in our community, and we hope to see you throughout the year, and we hope to see you next year at our General Assembly. Thank you, Carson, for hosting, and we'll see you next year. Thank you.